between them, and that's raced away twice and played that shot.
Some things are built over time, not just in moments, but in choices. It's how we live, day in and day out, and the way we show up for each other. Trust in those who dedicate themselves to others. Inclusiveness in those who bring people together to make a difference. Kindness in those who lift others up, even without words. Resilience in those who turn challenges into something greater. We're more than a club, because the greatest teams aren't just on the field. They're in the heart of a county, in the people who give, inspire, and lead. One team, standing side by side, together, looking ahead.
Once upon a time, I went on a magical adventure where I travelled through time, explored great buildings, and made lots of new friends. There are forests, rivers, and ice cream. My story was one of excitement and wonder. And what happens next? Well, that's your chapter. Make Worcestershire part of your story. Once upon a time, I went on a magical adventure
Skipper David Levy leading onto the field, Worcestershire Rapids. Opening the batting for Surrey, Thomas and Rory Burns.
Good morning and welcome to Visit Worcestershire New Road, where play is about to start in this one-day cup game between Worcestershire and Surrey. And the news of the toss is that it has been won by Worcestershire, and they have decided to bowl first. And their team shows 4 changes from the one that won at Leicester on Sunday, and those changes see Ethan Brooks, Matthew Waite, Ben Allison and Jack Home dropping out to be replaced by Tom Taylor, Fateh Singh, Adam Finch and Kurram Shahzad. So Worcestershire, it would seem, having qualified for the quarter-final, although they don't know where or when yet they will be playing, that they've decided to make some changes and rest some of their regular players.
Yeah, and Surrey have made one change. Surrey have hit form just a fraction too late in this competition. On the last 2 games, they are 1 win short of still being in contention. They can only finish 4th at most, which isn't enough in this competition, but not a bad change for them. Gus Atkinson comes into the side. He replaces Aristide Corvallis.
Yeah, not a bad introduction.
No.
Player to introduce.
So, also got Rory Burns and Ben Folkes. It's a real mixed team, theirs.
Folks playing as a batsman, isn't he? With Josh Blake keeping wicket.
I noticed actually Gareth Roderick was named in the Worcestershire squad, but he doesn't play. So there was some thought. Just a delayed start here because one of them, there are balloons all around the ground. Marking JB33, Josh Baker. It's a blue day around the ground, and they've got these balloons, but one of them is obviously under the bowler's arm, so they're having to move it. They're sort of suspended on these spring-like things. Don't know if you get a prize if you burst one with a shot.
That would be a good effort, wouldn't it? Tom Taylor to start from the New Road end, round the wicket to the left-handed Burns. Left alone, that one. It's blue for Bakes is the motto today here at Visit Worcestershire New Road. Josh Baker, the young Worcestershire left-arm spinner who tragically passed away at the start of last season. And the players all wearing blue caps, which is unusual. I think, judging by the warm-up, the Surrey players are going to wear them too. Lots of fundraising going on around the ground for the Josh Baker Foundation today, and I think we might be joined by perhaps a representative from that charity, recently set up at some stage during the day.
Well, something else disturbing now, the batter now. Not sure what that is.
Ooh, that's a beauty from Taylor. Second up, beats Burns outside the off stump.
So looking at the permutations, as the umpire just checks where the Taylor's front foot's landing, looking at the permutations, we know that Gloucestershire and Worcestershire will be involved in the knockout stages in one form or other. But where exactly is what's up for grabs for them. Worcestershire will finish in the top 3, they will qualify. The worst case scenario for them, I will give in a moment. Let's see. That one from Taylor. Worst case scenario, if Worcestershire lose, and the other 2 teams in the equation play each other, by the way, Gloucestershire versus Hampshire. So if Worcestershire lose and Hampshire win, then Worcestershire will finish in 3rd place and will be away to the 2nd place team in the other group on Thursday in the playoff. If Worcestershire lose and Hampshire also lose, then Worcestershire will retain 2nd place and will have a home playoff here on Thursday. But Gloucestershire's defeat, their first defeat of the competition against Essex, has thrown up the possibility for Worcestershire Rapids of actually going straight through to a home semi-final here on Sunday. For that to happen, Worcestershire have to win and Hampshire have to beat Gloucestershire.
Yep. All of which is perfectly possible.
Well, it is.
All of those.
Yeah.
All of those variations perfectly possible. It's a good start from Taylor, this, on the money. But, yeah, all possible and everything to play for, really. Even though Worcester have made these changes, and they've rested Waite and Brooks, who are and Allison, actually, key players, really. They have varied their squad a little bit in this competition, and I think they trust whichever lineup they go with. I think they've been pretty consistent, haven't they?
Yeah.
First run.
They're not fielding anyone new in this. All the players have played in the competition so far at some point or other. Hampshire got plenty to play for as well, so a Hampshire win against Gloucestershire is perfectly possible, because Hampshire are not certain of qualifying yet. If Hampshire lose, then Essex, who've suddenly hit form, could replace them in the top 3 and qualify in their place. Essex today are playing Derbyshire at Derby.
Speaking of Gareth Roderick, there he is. Look, running the drinks. You don't often see that. He's had a couple of weeks off to recharge the batteries. Played every game of every competition last year, but a well-earned rest. And Henry Cullen has done a very good job behind the stumps for Worcestershire in his absence. Burns has kept the strike. He faces Shazad from the Diglis end, Karam Shazad, who has had mixed fortunes in this competition. He's bowled pretty well at the death. He's often been expensive earlier on, and particularly if he has got his length wrong and has tested out the middle of the pitch rather too frequently. But when he gets his length right, when he gets the ball in that kind of just short of a length zone, hitting the top of off, he's been quite effective. The runs here down the leg side, leg buys, I think, as Burns attempted to clip it around the leg side, but was taken on the pad. 2 leg buys taken. Quiz question time, Clive. You know I always like to have a quiz question. I'm sure
and then after that,
Worcestershire listeners are expecting them.
After that, I'll give you the permutations from the other group,
Oh,
which
right.
is rather more complicated.
Okay, well you do that first.
All right then.
And I'll do the quiz after that. But if you're of a Surrey inclination, it does involve both counties. A bit biased towards Worcestershire today.
Run that. Yeah. So there's also 4 teams in contention in the other group, Group B. None of them, in theory, are certain of a place in the knockout stages, although Yorkshire, who are 4 points ahead of their 3 rivals, do have a superior net run rate to all of them. So they are almost certainly going to be through, and probably as group winners. But after that, it's a right scramble, right scrum, with none of the teams actually playing each other. Somerset, Warwickshire, Middlesex, all on 20 points. 2 of those teams will go through, 1 will be out.
Ooh, now that one, yeah, this is the one thing that we have noticed in, particularly in this competition, the games at New Road, is the odd ball is just stuck in the surface a little bit, and that's the first one today that has shown signs of doing that.
So Somerset at the moment are in second place on net run rate. They are today playing Northamptonshire at Taunton. Warwickshire are at home to Sussex. Warwickshire are currently third on net run rate. Signal wide, but it did move across stumps, but wide down the leg side. And then Middlesex, who are currently fourth on net run rate, and there isn't a huge difference between the net run rates of the three teams, so it could get very, very complicated today. Middlesex are at Old Trafford to take on Lancashire. So the possibility of a repeat of last season's playoff here against Warwickshire is very much on.
Nice shot from Burns, but that's good length from Shazad. That's where he wants to be, generally. Pretty straight, lively pace, not absolute express pace, but I would think capable of the early 80s. Karam Shazad, skiddy sort of quick bowler, not a great deal of bounce unless he bangs it in short, which he does like to do. But nicely bowled, really, that first over from Shazad. Just 3 runs coming from it. The end of it, Surrey are 4 without loss.
Yeah, all 3 runs extras, 2 leg byes and a wide. So I do feel sorry for the marketing team a little bit, because here we are on Tuesday and they still don't know whether they got a game on Thursday or possibly Sunday to sell.
Yeah, absolutely. We had a really good crowd here last Friday, not so many in today. Worcestershire having qualified, perhaps people are expecting that they will be here on Thursday, if not Sunday. And just biding their time. Taylor starts a new over. First ball to Thomas, who plays that out on the leg side. Anyway, Adam Thomas, I haven't seen much of him before. But you're going to tell me what his form is like in this competition. You always do. I'll drop to him.
Well, he's got one very, very big score. Got 162 against Derbyshire in the competition.
Tall right-hander. Quite an imposing figure. Oh, gets lucky with this one. The ledge down to third for a single Fatih Singh as the fielder. So yeah, the other thing, and a particular welcome to the Surrey listeners and viewers, supporters who are watching this live stream. And you may have heard when we did the championship game, and I was here with Mark Church, that I try and have a quiz question each day. Tom Taylor round the wicket beats Burns, and I try to make it a quiz question that involves both counties. It's not always easy, and we did have some fun with some of the Surrey ones in the championship. Well, I've got one today, mainly to do with Worcestershire, but it does involve Surrey. So in 1930, so it's obviously a one for the historians this, but some quite big names involved. In 1930, in the championship game at the Oval between Worcestershire and Surrey, in the first innings, that's a great shot from Rory Burns, beautifully timed, really nicely clipped off his legs up straight of the mid-on fielder, and the first boundary. Lovely shot from Burns, goes to 5. So 1930, Surrey against Worcestershire at the Oval, first innings. The great Sir Jack Hobbs was dismissed for 66 in that innings, but what can you tell me was particularly significant about that wicket from a Worcestershire point of view? Successive boundaries for Burns, another lovely shot. Taylor over pitching on leg stump and clipped away by Burns. That's a really nice shot. So it's back-to-back boundaries for Rory Burns. He goes to 9, 13 without loss in the third. So 1930 at the Oval, Surrey, Worcestershire, first innings. Jack Hobbs dismissed for 66. But what, from a Worcestershire point of view, was particularly significant about that wicket? That's the quiz question today, and if you want to have a go, ooh, make that 3 boundaries on the trot, because that's the worst delivery of the lot from Taylor, and short and wide outside the off stump and absolutely lashed to the boundary by Rory Burns. So that's a big over to come as early as this. 13 runs coming from it, 3 boundaries to Burns, and it's 17 without loss after 3. So yeah, if you want to get in touch with an answer to the quiz question, at Frank Watson 58 on X or Twitter, at Frank Watson 58 to have a go. 1930, Surrey, Worcestershire at the Oval, first innings. Jack Hobbs dismissed. Why was it a particularly significant wicket from a Worcestershire point of view?
She's had to continue. Rory Burns looking ominous from a Worcestershire point of view. Thomas leads that one because he's actually due a score. He's not. I mean, he's only been out for single figures in the first game of this competition against Leicester. He was out for 3. The rest of his scores have ranged from 12 to 25. That 25 was in his last game, so maybe he was warming up to finally making a big score. 2 slips in place. Adam Thomas, just 19 years of age, has bowled a few overs in the competition, but mainly in as a batter. He runs that just past second slip. Rob Jones is not able to gather it, and it's 1 run to Thomas. Yeah, so all eyes will be on particularly the game at Bristol, where Gloucestershire have lost an early wicket 12 for 1. And the slight problem is we don't really know what result we want until we know how Worcestershire are going to fare here. If Worcestershire win, then we're wanting a Hampshire win against Gloucestershire. If Worcestershire lose, we want it the other way round. She's out around the wicket, and that's nicely placed by Rory Burns. Another boundary for him. The England opener is hitting some shots early on here.
He looks worryingly.
He does, doesn't he?
In good touch. If you're a Worcestershire supporter, if you're a Surrey fan, then you will be enjoying what you're watching. He's a quirky sort of player, Burns, as we know, in terms of his sort of approach, technique, but heavy run scorer for a long time. Tells you all you need to know, really. And that little squat as he waits, and drives thick inside edge this time, but he looks in good touch.
The one good thing from our point of view here is we probably don't have to worry about net run rate, because Worcestershire's tie against Notts means that it will be down to points rather than net run rate, unless we get another tie somewhere or we get a match rained off, and all the matches so far have started on time. So whereas if you're covering a game in the other group, you'll be having to get fingers and toes and abacuses out to try and work out net run rate. We don't need to do that here. Good piece of fielding from Kashi Valley, prevents a run there. Quite cloudy and grey all of a sudden. A bit of rain around this morning. It's turned a bit grey here. It was a New Road, which is hoping to stage one more game in the competition this season. That's a dot ball. So the 1 boundary to Burns in that over, 5 runs in total. Burns is now on 17. It's 22 without loss after 4.
Yeah, it looks good. Rory Burns timing the ball very sweetly. Always helps, I suppose, when you get 3 boundaries on the trot and the 3rd over. Suddenly look up at the scoreboard and you've gone from 1 to 15 in no time at all. But as the sun comes out, it looks like a good start. 22 without loss off 4.
Jake Libby cutting that one off at mid-on.
And we've got brothers in opposition, haven't we, today, with James Taylor playing for Surrey and his brother Tom opening the bowling here. Not the first time they've played against each other on this ground. Happened in the Championship last year. James wasn't involved in the Championship game here earlier this year. Oh, and Tom Taylor has taken the first wicket, gone right through Adam Thomas's forward defensive shot there, and that is a really good and welcome breakthrough for Worcestershire. Just nipped back, I think, a little bit, hit middle stump, and maybe just a little bit late on it, but Adam Thomas is gone.
Yeah, a teenager missing out this time. Says made starts. Only had one really big score, but it was a huge score. It was the third highest score of the competition anywhere so far against Derbyshire. That is the end of his competition as a batter. At least he might bowl yet, because Surrey, we know, can't qualify. Can finish 4th, so it'll be agonisingly close. They can't actually progress. This is definitely their last game. They'll be concentrating on their annual chase for the county championship after this. As Ben Folkes walks out. And welcome to Surrey, listeners. I'm afraid you're going to have to put up with me for a couple more days, because I'm a moment down to do the bit of the county championship match at the Oval, 3rd and 4th days.
Yeah, nice.
Looking forward to that.
Yeah. Best food in the country.
Yeah.
For the journos, I reckon. Very nice place to work. And where are you staying, Colin?
I don't know yet. Don't know. Ben Folkes and Rory Burns. That's not a bad pair to have out in the middle. Ben Folkes, lean, tall figures. Quite often people don't realise he's quite tall for a wicket keeper. Leaves that one alone. Not as tall as Jamie Smith, who keeps for Surrey in, well, keeps for England in Test matches. Doesn't keep for Surrey in the Championship, but. The days of short wicket keepers like Henry Cullen, who we've talked about keeping in this competition for Worcestershire, being a sort of typical of the old-fashioned kind of small, agile wicket keeper, those days appear to be a thing of the past. Big keepers with a long reach, tall keepers becoming quite commonplace in the game these days. Folks who doesn't get off the mark here, widely considered, I think, Clive to be the best technical keeper around at the moment in the country, but doesn't get in the side, in the Test match side, because although he's a very good batsman, as we say, not quite like having Jamie Smith, who's almost like a front line batsman, also doing the job behind the stumps and doing it very well, I think it must be said. Positive start from Folkes, even though he hasn't got off the mark yet. Yeah, a little unlucky. Didn't do anything terribly wrong with England, but
no.
Lost his place.
Good over. Wicket maiden.
Yeah.
For Tom Taylor, having been struck for 3 boundaries in succession by Burns in his second over. Follows up with a wicket maiden. Very nice indeed from Taylor.
His first maiden of the season in the competition. But he's taken a wicket, and a lot might depend on him because Worcestershire have left out of their side, I'll make it 33 wickets. In the number of wickets of Ben Allison, Ethan Brooks, Matthew Waite and Jack Home have taken. Jack Home injured, by the way, the others rested. So there's a lot of wickets to make up for the other bowlers.
That's true. That's true. I wonder if they thought about that.
She's out around the wicket. Old Burns comes down the pitch.
That's a great stop, isn't it? It's short mid-wicket by Ben Gibbon. He's gone in on the drive. He's not there for that. He's there for a chip in the air on the onside, but Burns has gone on the walk and absolutely whacked it. Good work. Save 4 there, Gibbon. That was travelling. Good work by Finch down at fine leg there, because that was racing away as well.
Almost lost his balance as he picked it up, but he kept it, and yeah, important stop, restrict them to just 1 run. But Rory Burns looks as if
he's on a mission.
Yes.
In this power play. Yeah, he does. You say he's been struggling in this competition, so
yeah, middling scores at best. He's not made anything more than 25.
Maybe he's decided today, just gonna see how it goes. Be very positive from ball 1. Folks just having a look at Shahzad. May not faced him before, probably hasn't. Karam Shahzad, Pakistani test bowler, but relatively inexperienced. One brilliant spell for Worcestershire so far, which came in the championship game at Edgbaston in the first innings against Warwickshire. Otherwise, in and out, I think it's fair to say. That's quite a good one. Takes folks on the pad, dribbles to slip where Rob Jones fields. Jones, who has found a welcome return to form in this competition. 110 not out here the other day, and then runs again on Sunday. A man reborn. I think you could tell by his body language and his chirpiness after that 100 the other day what a relief it was to him, I think, in many ways. Good length again from Shahzad. And forgive me banging on about it, Worcestershire viewers and listeners, but I think Karam Shahzad has bowled well at the death for Worcestershire with the white ball in T20 and in this competition, but at times earlier on was either too full or too short. When he gets the length right of his stop delivery, gets the batsman pushing at it a little bit as he did there, and he has this morning, then I think he's quite a handful. And at the end of the over, just 1 run coming from it, so Worcestershire have pulled it back quite well after that expensive 3rd over, and it's 23 for 1 off 6.
Yeah, good comeback from Worcestershire. Tom Taylor to continue. They were relieved to get the win against Leicestershire. It was a bit of an up and down match at Leicester, which
it was
looked to have been wrapped up long before the end, and yet it actually went right down to the final over.
Yeah, it was a bit like the one at Notts, wasn't it? Where they appeared to have the game completely won, and then maybe psychological, or maybe just down to good batting from the opposition. And it's so difficult these days to bowl at the death, I think, when modern batters, if I can use that expression. It's a bit lazy, but batters who score at 300 all round the wicket, boundaries may be in a little bit, bats are big and the ball goes a long way off mishits. The margins for error are very small for the bowlers. And we've seen even, in this competition, in T20s, in the 100, we've seen some extraordinary hitting. I wonder where it's going, Clive. I wonder, ultimately whether something needs to be done to make it more of an even contest, or whether we just go with it, with another line of stitching in the seam maybe, or making the boundaries a bit bigger again. I don't know, but I think you've got to keep an eye on it, whether the balance tips one way or the other a bit too far.
Well, yeah, I agree with that. I'm not sure whether the powers to be particularly do. I think they quite like seeing sixes, and we've seen some games where the boundaries, even in the 100, where the boundaries have been brought in to make sixes more common. I mean, I hear what you're saying, but I'm just not sure that they count how many tournament sixes there are all the time. It's what it's about.
I like seeing good batting. I like seeing good shots. I like invention. Harry Brook hitting a six-pack over the keeper's head, absolutely amazing. And the batting is moving on, there's no doubt about that. Dot balls are becoming the currency of success for bowlers.
Oh, no ball.
But at the same time, no ball, so that'll be a free hit. At the same time, I think you've got to be careful, because if you just watch the same thing over and over again, it ceases to be quite as stunning.
Well, that's right, you want sixes to be special, don't you? And I just, again, I got frustrated watching the Trent Rockets the other day and the way they're treating what you might call a proper batter, although he has far more improvised shots and far more attacking playability than I think even the team's coaches realise. And that free hit is going to cost, that's gone for 4.
The free hit was wide outside the off stump, hammered by Brooks, and I think Finch, who we praised earlier for a good bit of fielding, might be a bit disappointed with that. It wasn't easy by any means. It was hit hard and it kind of died in front of him as he dived to his left. But he won't be that happy with his effort to stop it. It goes to the boundary.
So the no balls cost 6. They got away with a couple of no balls in the last game here, whereas the opposition didn't. But that one has been quite severely punished. Well taken by Henry Cullen, will be a wide.
I don't know if you watched the Worcestershire-Leicestershire game closely on Sunday.
I was following it, watched the end of it.
Henry Cullen took 2 catches to dismiss the 2 key batters in the big partnership, Ben Cox and Sean Masood. One of them was standing up down the leg side and the other was standing back. And it was the left-hander, Sean Masood, that he caught standing back. And it was a diving catch, a bit like that, away to his left, across the left-hander. Masood drove at it. And Henry Cullen dived to his left and took it to, and it looked a fantastic catch, and there was a lot of excitement about it, and commentary and on social media and so on. In my opinion, the catch that he took to get rid of Ben Cox was far, far better, far more difficult. Standing up down the leg side, good footwork, can't see it obviously, took it into a great catch, massively important moment, breaking that partnership. One looked great, the other looked quite ordinary, but in fact the one that looked ordinary was infinitely a better catch in my opinion as an ex-keeper. Single to Burns off the last ball of the over. He will keep the strike, and it's 31 for 1 off 7.
8 off an 8 ball over there from Tom Taylor. Just going back, watching the Trent Rockets, and I've followed Sam Hain all the time covering Warwickshire. And not only have they been batting at number 8, they actually put him down 1 further to 9. And what was happening was they were chasing a target, looked to be in a pretty strong position, but kept losing wickets and then kept putting ahead of Hayne
Yeah.
players who came in, went for the big shot, and got caught in the deep. And Shazad is in there. And I'm watching, I'm thinking, Joe Root is at one end and was not getting the strike because big hitters were coming in and holding out. The one thing Hayne would have done, he would have gone for his shots, but if he'd not got them, he would have got singles and got Root onto strike. So I could not understand why. And of course, when he did eventually come in, that's exactly what he did.
Yeah,
he got a single off the first ball, and then he hit 4 off the last ball to win the match.
You're preaching to the converted, Clive. I'm a massive Sam Hayne fan, and I've seen him do it in all formats for a long, long time. Against Worcestershire, often he is extremely successful. In the championship game here this season, on a pitch that was very, very difficult, he played the 2 most significant innings of the game, way, way better than any player on either side. He is the arch manager of a run chase, in my opinion. However, having said all of that, an interesting pick for the 100, because you don't get managed run chases very often in the 100. You know, I'm not saying you can't, but you don't, is what I'm saying, and for the reason that you're kind of outlining. Yeah, it's an interesting one, I think. This one worked up to mid-on. In fact, I'd go as far as to say, I mean, I haven't done it because I'm not really that. I'm honestly not enough, but I haven't watched a single whole game yet. No, I've watched bits. But I guess if you put down the list of all the different squads and you categorised players, there wouldn't be many that would compare to Sam Hayne.
No.
I think as batters. He's a brilliant player, but whether that's his favourite format or not, I'm not sure. It's probably it might be his bank manager's favourite.
Yeah,
format.
I mean,
Nip back and a good one from Shazad, but I think an inside edge has saved Ben Folks there.
I'll just finish if you don't want to keep talking about a player from another team for too long, but I do think he's actually got rather more in terms of his ability to hit ramp shots and all sorts than people realise. But anyway.
He's an outstanding batsman in all forms, in my opinion. But yeah, his public, the public perception of him isn't the same as those of us who've seen a lot of him. I don't think.
Nice shot that from Folks. It was threatening to be a decent over by Shazad, but Folks has just calmly played that through mid-wicket.
Leg stump half volley, meat and drink really to a player like Folks, to a player of any real capability, and didn't try and hit it too hard, just clipped it away. Nice way to get off the mark. He's waited 12 deliveries, and Surrey moving along quite nicely. They've lost the 1 wicket, but Rory Burns looks in good touch, and they've been fairly positive in this power play. Nobody's had a go at the quiz yet. I'll just repeat it in case people are joining us, especially Surrey viewers. At the end of that over, 5 from it, 36 for 1 off 8. In 1930, at the Oval, championship game between these two counties, Sir Jack Hobbs was dismissed in the first innings for 66. Now, I know it's a long time ago, but we're talking about great players here and great names. Why was that wicket significant, so significant from a Worcestershire point of view? Jack Hobbs dismissed at the Oval, 1930, in the first innings against Worcestershire in the championship. Why was that so significant from a Worcestershire point of view? At Frank Watson 58 on Twitter if you'd like to have a go, or if you'd like to say anything else about the game.
Tom Taylor in again, couple of runs to Rory Burns, who now is on his highest score of the competition so far, to 26.
It's hard to believe that, isn't it?
It is.
That is hard to believe. He's been busy, I would say, this morning, Burns. Beaten a couple of times early on. 3 consecutive boundaries in Taylor's second over, the third of the innings. But looking to use his feet, looking to be positive. Taylor's still got 2 slips in there.
Oh.
And there's an example of him looking to be positive. Doesn't quite time it, but on the walk.
Yes, aggressive in 10. They never played a one-day international, Rory Burns. 32 test matches, but not featured in either white ball format internationally.
Just wondering who's in at slip. Rod Jones now just being moved a bit wider at second, or is he? No, he's gone to about fourth. And the other slip, who I've never seen field at slip before, Ben Gibbon, has actually now been replaced. He's been removed and he's gone into short mid-wicket. But Ethan Brooks would normally be in there. Adam Hose might be in there, but he wouldn't be here anyway, even if he wasn't injured, because he's in the 100. But never seen Ben Gibbon in at slip before. And I might never see him in there again, because he's gone to mid-wicket. And he's in action. No, he's not. He's chasing it, but he's not going to get there.
Single to Burns. Folks has played one day international. That was in 2019 against Ireland in Dublin. Scored 61, not out. So he did all right in his only one day international. He's also played one T20 international, 25 test matches. Defended. He hasn't been in startling form either in the competition. He made 43 not out against Glamorgan. This is his 6th match. That's his highest score. So he's starting the competition pretty poorly, although improved just a bit too late, as I was saying. Won the last 2 matches. If you've been the last 3, they'd still be in contention now. Just take a little step forward there. Folks plays it to mid-on. Still pretty cloudy overhead. Looks like potentially rain over in Malvern at the minute. Looking at the clouds.
Yeah, I was looking at the forecast this morning. I didn't see any suggestion that we'd get any rain, but a bit of patchy rain forecast for the rest of the week. And if we're here on Thursday, there could be thundery showers.
We don't want that. Maybe that's an incentive to try and win the group and not
but
have
no rain actually expected today. But it definitely looks a bit grey over to the southwest, as you say, Clive, and that is where it tends to come from. Just looking for a flag or two to see if we've got any indication of whether the breeze is in its usual direction.
Yes,
but there isn't one on the top of the cathedral today.
That's unusual, isn't it?
Yeah.
The other game that particularly interests, slowish start by Gloucestershire, 26 for 1 in the 7th against Hampshire. This continues. It'll be a single down to 3rd.
And the balloons, which are situated in various places around the ground, they don't really indicate the wind direction because they bounce backwards and forwards, don't they?
Yes, they do.
Last over of the power play.
Worcestershire kept up their record of losing the power play and winning the match against Leicestershire in terms of runs. It's happened every time. That's a lovely shot from Rory Burns for 4. The only time that Worcestershire have won the power play, excluding the Notts game where the power play was confused by the loss of overs, the only time they've won the power play was the one game they lost. This is in terms of runs scored in the first 10 overs. There is rain at Taunton, by the way.
Brighter now though, look at Malvern now.
Yeah.
Shifted, isn't it, that cloud?
They have come off at Taunton, which could be a problem for Somerset, who are trying to qualify.
That was just an absolute gift, wasn't it, that last ball Rory Burns just had all he had to do was get a bat on it and steer it through that gap. And the same again, just half volleys from Shazad, and this is what I'm getting at with this in terms of length. Now, I don't know what he's trying to bowl there. Maybe he is. I don't think he's trying for the Yorker. At the end, when he does try for Yorkers, he's quite consistent at getting them in. But those last two deliveries, one on either side, have just been half volleys at no more than medium pace, and they're gifts, really. Just got to get that length right. There's a lot of talk now in the coaching world, Clive, about batting, where coaches talk about players who score runs off good balls. So they say someone like Joe Root or Jamie Smith would come in, and a good length ball, because he's tall, he'll get right on top of it and can make it almost seem like a half volley. And if you're bowling at players like that and they're scoring runs off good balls, then I think, legitimately you can say, well, that's great batting. But if you look at those two boundaries in this over, and perhaps those three in that over from Tom Taylor, I don't want to make it seem as though I'm just picking on one bowler, but Rory Burns is just basically, he would expect to hit those balls for 4 95 times out of 100, I think.
50 up in 59 balls.
And I know I bang on about it, but it is all about length.
Yeah. He's hit 7 4s now, Rory Burns. It's actually quite gloomy out there now, isn't it?
Yeah. And on a pitch, these pitches, we talked about Sam Hain's brilliance in the Championship game here. We also, Surrey have played here in the Championship, obviously quite a few different players, but in one-day cricket here, in T20 and one-day international.
Oh, catch!
That's a great catch by Rob Jones. That slip, edged, and that's it. When Shazad gets it right, that's what he's capable of. Perfect length this time. Made the batsman play, a little bit of movement, and he gets the edge. And that's what I was going to say. The pitches here consistently, in all cricket this year, have offered assistance to the seamers, and that is when you really notice which bowlers get the ball regularly in the right area. And if I could pick out 2 bowlers for Worcestershire this year who've done that, it's probably Matthew Waite and Tom Taylor. And if we go back to the Surrey game here, I think when Worcestershire, were bowled out in their second innings, 6 for 38 for Smith and for Nathan Smith, and 3 wickets each for Clark and Fisher in the first innings. It was just consistent accuracy which got reward, and you really don't want to be bowling half volleys and long hops on a pitch that helps you if you just get the ball in the right place. Anyway, enough of my soapbox. 50 for 2 at the end of the power play. That is a big wicket, came just at the right time, and it was good bowling from Karim Shazad, and it was a very good catch from Rob Jones.
Well, second double figure over, 10 offered, although only 9 go against the bowler because there was 1 leg by. But the end of the power play, well, 50's about what you tend to be looking for in the power play. 2 wickets down, please, Worcestershire, so 50 for 2. At the end of those 10 overs. And the new batter in for Surrey, though he won't be on strike straight away, is the captain, Ollie Sykes. Taylor continuing after the power play. And might be pulled in, actually won't quite be a 4 this time for Rory Burns. He did turn to look for a third, but it was well chased down. And they have to settle for 2 as Brett D'Oliveira and Kashif Ali chase that one down. from Rory Burns.
He's not hanging around, is he,
No,
today?
he's not. On 37. Doing a bit of guarding on the pitch. See the shirts of the bowlers and fielders blowing pretty keenly in the breeze. A fair breeze. In fact, there's a little bit of rain coming down.
It's blowing.
I think I see a bit of rain.
Yes, it's blown into Rory Burns' eye. He's quite fussy, isn't he, Burns? About, well, I mean, I don't mean he's got no right to pull away because there's something on in his eye. Of course he has, and who wouldn't? But you know, he's very aware of what's going on behind the bowler's arm as well. He's that kind of player. I think everything's got to be exactly right for him. Don't blame him. Absolutely within his rights to make sure that he's perfectly ready.
No run there. But,
yeah, it is raining. Looking at through the binoculars against the black screen, I always find it quite easy to see, and it's actually precipitating fairly
coming off.
purposefully at the moment, and they are coming off. It won't be long. Covers will come on, and we will hopefully only have a short break, but they are coming off, and we're halfway through the 6th over, the 11th over, Taylor's 6th. The score is 52 for 2. The men out are Thomas, bowled by Taylor, for 2, and Folks caught by Jones at slip off Khurram Shahzad for 6. Rory Burns is 37 not out, and Ollie Sykes has yet to score, and the players are leaving the field. So we'll have a very, very brief break, I hope, and we'll be back with you just as soon as play resumes. 49 over a game side, a side game. Bright sunshine for the last 5 minutes when they weren't out there, but anyway, be that as it may, players about to get back underway. 52 for 2 Surrey, halfway through the 11th over, and I don't understand why they knock a couple of overs off there. Really, do you, Clive? I mean,
Well,
if there's no more rain today, what difference does it make?
Well, yeah, they're not alone. They've done exactly the same at Gloucestershire with the briefest interruptions there, 49 overs. But so I think, because it does complicate things a little bit, the Worcestershire target will probably be slightly adjusted under Duckworth Lewiston, only a run or two in it, but it will be adjusted. And of course, the Notts power play will. That's crashed away for 4. That's a good start after the break from Rory Burns, a bit short from Tom Taylor. But yes, the Worcestershire power play as the batting side will be, I assume, very slightly adjusted as well. Be 9 point something overs.
Short ball wide outside the off stump from Taylor to restart, and Burns doesn't miss out. 41 now of 40. He's been very positive right from the outset. Bright sunshine now. Cashifali is dispatched to the cover boundary.
Yes, they're taking a slip out, so no slips now.
Tom Taylor round the wicket. Sorry, over the wicket now. Was round the wicket. And produces a slightly uncertain shot from Burns to this one. 56 for 2 then. Burns has dominated the scoring, 41. Nobody else passed 6 runs, folks. Made 6. Thomas made 2. 7 extras.
I'll dazzle you with some figures now, Frank, about
Yeah,
rain,
you always do.
Rain and we've been pretty clear of intemperate weather in this competition so far. There's no run there. Of 64 matches played before today, there have only been 2 no results. Both of those actually are bad without a ball being bowled, and only 3 reduced games, so 59 out of 64 before today were full 50 over games. But we are, I think, at least 3 games today will have been reduced. Gloucestershire, like this game, has lost an over, and they're still not back on at Taunton, so they're going to lose a few overs. Everywhere else still okay at the moment. Just what's going on elsewhere. Essex 87 for 2. They're going pretty well at Derby. So Adam Finch comes into the bowling. That's after 15 overs. That puts pressure on Hampshire, because if Essex win and Hampshire lose, and Essex will grab the 3rd qualifying place and Hampshire will be out. Gloucestershire 57 for 1 in the 12th against Hampshire.
So it's Finch. Finch from the Diglis end. First ball to Ollie Sykes. Steered down to backward point. Finch is probably the quickest of the Worcestershire bowlers, I think, in this lineup. Arguably Shazad gets up there too, but I think when Finch gets it right, his rhythm is right, probably the quickest. Certainly capable of hurrying up any batter, really. He's been a bit up and down this season. He's in now and he bowls, and Sykes is off the mark, absolutely climbing in to a short and wide delivery. And Finch goes back and kicks at the foot marks. Whether he did slip or whether he's just doing that as a kind of response to bowling a bad ball, as bowlers sometimes do, I'm not sure. In fact, it wasn't that short. It was just the width, really, that cost him there. Bright sunshine now, really lovely day. 60 for 2. Here's Finch in again and bowls, and that's better. Straighter, better length. Forward comes Sykes. Finch is one of those bowlers, and I say this over and over again, so once again, Worcestershire supporters, bear with me. Had a little spell with Surrey on loan, didn't he, about 5 years ago, and did quite well. But it's one of those bowlers that I always feel his run-up tells you everything about his state of mind. And when he hits the crease, when he really runs up with a real purpose, he's in the right frame of mind. He looks to be attacking it quite well today. He comes in now and bowls. And yeah, good pace. And takes Sykes by surprise and pushes that one out on the offside. When he is less confident, Finch, when he's less in rhythm and I just feel it shows in his run up, and he often, his stride shortens and he slows down just a bit as he hits the crease. When he's going well, it shows from the side particularly, I think, and I like the look of what I'm seeing today. That's good as he's in, and forward comes Sykes and pushes into the covers.
It's only his third game in the competition this season. He took a bit of tap in the first game against Notts, going for 71 in his 8 overs, 1 wicket, but was somewhat tighter in his second game, which was the game against Hampshire, where he did a pretty good job of containing Hampshire, bowled them out in the end. He took 1 for 33 in his 7 overs. I suppose players like him, who've come into the side because others have been rested as a single scored there, kind of have an opportunity to play for their places with, well, definitely one more match at least to come in the competition. A good performance here might earn them a place in that game.
Well, I said that to Rob Jones when I interviewed him after his 100 the other day, because he'd come in, he's hardly played really. If you look at Rob Jones's actual stats this year in this competition, he's come in and he's played 4 games, but only played 5 in the championship as well. In fact, 4 in the championship. I said to him, you're giving the selectors a problem or two, aren't you, by coming in and getting 100? And he said, yeah, but I agree with you. That's exactly the situation with the bowlers as well. I mean, the fact that Waite has probably been the best bowler. Allison's got the best figures in the country in this competition for anybody. They've both been left out today, as has Brooks, as Ben Gibbon begins his first over, having replaced Taylor at the New Road end. His first ball is cut away for a single. When Worcestershire play in the quarter-final, wherever it is, against whomever, if they decide they're going to pick, what do you say? This is our best 11 now for this competition. The group stages are over, the knockout stages begin. Then there's going to be some soul searching, I think, amongst the selectors about what the best side is really. Given over the wicket to Burns. Clipped away on the leg side. Nicely fielded out there by Latigan, and they get a single.
He's been quite an exhibition of fielding out in that position, Latigan, didn't he, against Glamorgan here?
Yeah, he did indeed. He's a very, very exciting young player, I think. If you haven't seen him yet, Worcestershire supporters, then I don't want to put the kiss of death on him, but you're going to see quite a lot of him over the next few years, I would imagine. And Gibbon is through Sykes with this one. Got into position to cut it, and then it ended up being quite close to him, and got in a bit of a tangle in the end.
Rain has now intervened also in Manchester. Lancashire Middlesex. Lancashire 79 for 2 in the 15th. Middlesex needing to win that. Warwickshire need a win to stay in the competition, likely. Up against it a bit, Edgbaston. Sussex 97 for 1 after 17.
Gibbon in. That's a lovely shot from Sykes. Only for a single though, out to Kashif. Having looked at that one before again, I don't think it was too close really for that cut. He just got in a pickle. Maybe the length wasn't quite what he expected. Anyway, gets a single that time, goes to 7, second top scorer. Burns has dominated proceedings, 42 not out off 43. Bright sunshine now, beautiful day, and actually looks set fair now, to be fair, away to the west. Blue sky and high cloud. Don't think we'll have any more interruptions. 49 overs aside. As Gibbon bowls, block hole. Delivery, dug out by Rory Burns. Disappointing response to the quiz, Clive. I think maybe it's too hard. Do you think it's too hard?
I think it's the first part of the question in 1930 that's your problem.
That's it.
there.
You think that puts them off straight away? I think if I just said, when Jack Hobbs was out, these are great names we're talking about here. Everybody who's interested in cricket should be interested. But yeah, maybe. Anyway, it's hard. It's hard to come up with questions that aren't too easy. There's Gibbon again, and that's clipped away on the leg side. Good diving stop by Jones. Go through for a single nonetheless. And that is the end of the over. What we could do, just to get people thinking, is they didn't get a single, did they, on that last ball?
No.
Yes, they did. They did. 65, 4 off the over, 65 for 2
Sorry,
off
they did,
13. We'll have the other one, the long-running quiz. Who's played for both counties? That's always quite fun, isn't it? Who's played for both Worcestershire and Surrey? And, well, current member of the Surrey coaching staff, there you are. That will start you off. A couple of left-handed batters I can think of as well. Who's played for both counties? At Frank Watson 58 on Twitter if you'd like to have a go at that.
Talking of which, is Adam Finch.
Yes, who played for both counties. Or the other quiz, if you just joined us, just to repeat it for the last time, I'll give the answer in the second innings. 1930 at the Oval, Surrey Worcestershire in the Championship. First innings, Jack Hobbs dismissed for 66. Why was that a particularly significant wicket from a Worcestershire point of view? 1930 at the Oval, Jack Hobbs dismissed. First innings for 66. A really significant wicket from a Worcestershire point of view. Why was that? And players who played for both counties, other than Adam Finch. He was bowled 2 good deliveries at the start of this over to Ollie Sykes. Gone through him with both 64 for 2 at the end of the over. After that second ball. And if you want to have a go, at Frank Watson 58 on Twitter or X, as I should say, it is how to get in touch, or get in touch with anything else you'd like to say.
The rain that we've had here has now arrived in Birmingham.
Wow.
Off at Edgbaston.
Well, that makes sense, I suppose, doesn't it? Travelling up from the southwest. Again, good from Finch. He looks in the mood today, Adam Finch. As you say, maybe he's just. I'm sure it's not a deliberate thing, but psychologically, he knows he's got to play for his place in the quarter-final, so he's up for it.
Good fielding there from Ben Gibbon, keeping Ollie Sykes quiet. Ollie Sykes captain of the team, and we talk about this competition in terms of development. One thing it does seem to do is give quite a lot of players an opportunity to captain the side, because most counties have gone for a different captain in this competition.
In the case of Warwickshire, that captain is Ed Barnard, who of course played here, and I really do think that he's being groomed for the overall captaincy. And that might be unfair on Alex Davis, but I think Barnard's got all the hallmarks of a captain. Plays all formats, intelligent, bats and bowls, got a good take on the game generally. I think he's ideal captaincy material. He's been brilliant in this competition, hasn't he, for 2 or 3 years now. That's a lovely shot, isn't it? That's the worst ball that Finch has bowled. Leg stump off volley. Excellent timing from Sykes. Doesn't try and hit it too hard, just puts it away beautifully.
He's got. Well, captaincy hasn't seemingly affected his form. He started with 2 half centuries rather, a 50 and a 97, And he scored 115 against Derbyshire 2 games ago, Ollie Sykes.
Ooh, that's a beauty from Finch. That is a beauty to finish the over. Just in the right place. Good pace. Well bowled, with the exception of that one half volley.
Which was the only scoring shot in the over. 68 for 2 off 14. Sykes has got 306 runs in this competition so far this season. Someone having a bit of treatment, I think.
Ben Gibbon, when he dived, grazed the elbow, I think. Gareth Roderick out there applying the first aid. So he was running the drinks earlier, now he's gone round there with a little bag. Gareth Roderick, part-time physio. Ben Gibbon to continue. Left arm bowler, 2 left-handed batsmen. Rory Burns in excellent shape so far on 42. And he mistimes this one as he attempts to drive it into the covers. And there's no run. So 42 Burns. Adam Thomas bowled by Tom Taylor for 2. That was 22 for 1 in the 5th. And 50 for 2 in the 10th when Ben Folkes was caught at slip by Rob Jones off Karam Shazad for 6. Decent crowd, not as many as there have been for the previous games in this competition. Not sure why that is. Another run for Burns, clipped away on the leg side. We had a very good crowd on Friday for the last game here against Glamorgan. Good crowd for the game against Gloucestershire, a bit more of a local derby. Not so good today. Still decent, but I mean they were 2,500 or so, those two. Not the case. It's not Gareth Roderick. It's somebody else. It's one of the new members of the backup staff who's done the job there. So I was giving Gareth Roderick credit for being a first aider that he doesn't deserve. This one is chopped rather than cut. Down to third for a single. 70 for 2.
It's interesting they brought him into the squad. I wonder whether they might consider, even though he's not played any of the group games, they might consider fielding him for the whether it's a...
I don't think they'll replace Cullen, who was kept well and batted well. But they might feel they want another batter. I don't know. It will come down to a selection in that quarter-final, as we say, where they look at it and think, well, we just need to get what is our best 11 for this game. And that might be decided as well, as a good bit of fielding by Jones, that might be decided by who it's against and where it's played as well.
Yeah, still very difficult to assess that. This game looking pretty even at the moment.
Yeah, it's hard, isn't it, to understand why Surrey are where they are, really. I say that because obviously, even with changes and so many players in the 100 and everything else, it's still a pretty powerful line.
Oh, it's close.
Oh, Wicket.
Jones again.
Strangled him there, really. Rory Burns, short ball from Gibbon. He's pulled it, and Jones at mid-wicket takes a very good low catch. That's travelling. He's not middled it by any means, but it's travelling. And he's taken that really well, Rob Jones. That's a bonus wicket for Worcestershire, and it's the one they wanted too. And it's come just at the point where you thought Burns was liable to go big, and he doesn't. He's gone for 43. So it's a big wicket, I think. Worcestershire will feel now, as sometimes happens, you get a little window in a game, in an innings where you think this next 5 or 6 overs could be crucial, and I think if Worcestershire can pick another one up in this next 5 or 6 overs, get 2 new men at the crease. Sykes is in now a little bit, he's faced 16, but if they can get him out, get 2 young men in at the crease with Josh Blake coming in, the keeper, then they'll feel, as I say, that they've got a chance of a significant period in the game in terms of getting on top.
Well, Rory Burns plays some good shots, but he does finish the competition without a half century, which is a bit of a surprise. Makes 43 there. Rob Jones, 2 catches in this match. He's got 4 in the tournament now. Worcestershire are without their top catcher, excluding the wicketkeeper. Ethan Brooks has got 6 catches, but not playing in this game. So Josh Blake keeping wicket despite Ben Folkes being in the team. It's a new batter, and that felt like a pretty important wicket. If Rory Burns had carried on much longer.
Wicket falling every 5 overs at the moment, Clive. One in the 5th, one in the 10th, one in the 15th.
Good spot.
But yeah, and I, like I say, if they can get Sykes out now, I mean, there's plenty of batting to come. Not least Gus Atkinson, who's back in the side today. I mean, he can play all kinds of innings, but if they can get 2 youngsters in at the same time, they might just sense a window.
Defended by Blake, who's made starts pretty much every innings in the competition. His one notable score was in the last game against Notts when he scored 72. Surrey winning that game and ending Notts' interest in the competition as a result. Notts did go to that match still with a chance of qualifying, but that was ended by Surrey getting their 2nd win in a row. But just 2 off that one over and a wicket to boot. 70 for 3 off 15.
Yeah, so quite a bit of responsibility on Ollie Sykes now, I think, and it'd be interesting to see what the batting order is now. Garantia on the card to come in next, then Albert, then Atkinson, then Barnwell, then Taylor. Still plenty of batting to come, as I say. As Finch is in over the wicket bowls to Sykes, who drives up to mid-off. And not wishing to labour this point about Adam Finch, but I've not seen him run in with this kind of fluency, I don't think, for quite a while. Not sure if that will definitely translate into a better performance, but he's certainly attacking the crease today. It's quite nice to see. He bowls and pushed down on the offside, and good fielding from Rob Jones. He's very, very busy at mid-wicket. Throws at the stumps at the on-striker's end.
Would you be quite like Dave Bracegirdle coming out of the speakers there? Always like to hear from Dave Bracegirdle, but not quite now.
Not quite at this game. There's Finch again, looking for his first wicket, and pulled away on the leg side, but not timed by Sykes. It was on him a bit quicker than he imagined, I think, than he imagined it would be. 71 for 3. This game reduced to 49 overs aside by a mini rain break this morning.
Yes, cricket can be a little pedantic at times, can't it?
So Blake on strike, and he is almost, I was going to say an appeal for LBW, but it was cut off. An edge, possibly on the pad, leading edge flying off to backward point. But good start from Finch. A lot of left-handers in this Surrey side. So we've had 3 left-handers in the top 5. 2 of them still out there at the moment.
Oh, good ball.
Yeah, really good. This is the best I've seen from Finch for a while, I think. I don't know why. Just in terms of rhythm and length, he's getting it right this morning.
Well, it may be
Impressive so far.
auditioning. There is possibly a vacancy, of course, because although 3 of the players left out have been rested, Jack Home has got an injury.
Yeah. I think Waite will be included because he's been key. And Brooks, no doubt about that.
Yes, Ben Allison was pretty expensive at Leicester, but he does take wickets. He no longer has the best figures, by the way, in the competition. He's been overtaken by Matt Milnes, who took 7 for 38
I did see
for
that.
Yorkshire against Sussex, so he's got the second best figures.
I did see that. But going back to that Worcestershire quarter-final lineup, as I say, we don't know where it'll be, we don't know who it'll be against, but Brooks and Waite, unless there's an injury that we don't know about, will definitely come back in. I don't think there's any doubt about that. And then Allison might come back in. Home, it looks like, is injured. Then you've got to decide whether they play a spinner or not. Gibbon starts a new over. Do they play Fateh Singh, who's been mainly in, but in and out? Brett D'Oliveira's bowling has not been great. Then there's Isaac Mohammed, who's played quite a few games, but not currently in the side because Dan Lassigan has come in and done so well. Isaac played in most of the games, so it's quite a tricky selection for Thursday, if Thursday it is. Given in bowls and steered out on the offside. Good fielding by D'Oliveira at back to point. Good little spell for Worcestershire here. The last 5 overs, just 10 runs. Wickets always help, don't they? To slow things down, particularly getting rid of Burns.
Yeah, just 1 run for the last 11 balls now. The field has been good, 2 good catches by Rob Jones, some good stops.
I think that Ben Gibbon bowls quite well to left-handers, generally. And he's certainly looks to have settled reasonably well this morning, doesn't he? And there are plenty of good shots finding fielders at the moment, which is always a bit frustrating for batters. The one wicket he has got, admittedly, was a miss-hit pull shot from Burns and a good low catch by Jones at mid-wicket. But some left-armers prefer to go across the right-hander. In this competition, Gibbon often goes round the wicket to right-handers who are looking to get after him by trying to tuck them up and stopping them getting their arms away. But he's happy against left-handers.
Well, he'll be wanting to make an impression as well. It's only his second match in the competition.
Got a chance, hasn't he? Yeah.
Took 2 for 76 against Leicestershire, so he went for a few, but
he got some stick at the end, didn't
yes.
he? In that onslaught at the end from Ben Mike. He's 1 ball away from bowling a maiden.
It is.
And he manages it, and that's the second maiden of the innings, and it continues this good little spell for Worcestershire.
His second maiden of the competition this season. He did bowl 1 against Leicester. Top maiden bowler, again not playing this game, is Matthew Waite, who's bowled 5 for Worcestershire. But yeah, just 1 run off the last 2 overs, 3 off the last 3, so it's a good little spell this for Worcestershire. Sun disappears behind clouds again. And unsurprisingly, Adam Finch to continue. Bowling to Blake, who's yet to score off 4 balls. Just beaten there.
Best I've seen Adam Finch ball for a long time. Which might sound strange when he's only bowled 19 deliveries, but it's just something about the way he's attacking the crease at the moment that I really like. His line's good as well, isn't it? Very straight at the moment. This will be short and wide. It's clipped away, just be a couple.
Cashy Valley giving chase. Well fielded. I don't think we had a 3 yet. We nearly had a 3 when Rory Burns turned for a 3rd run, but changed his mind at the last moment.
Bowling pretty quickly, isn't he, Finch? It would appear. Somebody's got it right.
Oh,
well
splendid.
done. Somebody's cheated. But he's admitted cheating. Somebody else has got it right. Yeah, very good. So, Richard Morgan, you've got it right. Michael Hines, you've got it right. And Glyn's got it right, but he cheated. And he says David Smith is the obvious answer in the other category. Yeah, he's one of the 2 left-handers that I was thinking about. But well done to Michael Hines and Richard Morgan. And well done to my old schoolmate Guy Fenney, who's also got it right. He says it was tough. Doesn't say whether he cheated or not. Nice to hear from you as ever, Guy. Well done. So a few people have got it right, which proves it can be done. I wonder if anybody's got it right without having recourse to the internet. That'd be interesting. And you can pluck players who've played for both counties from your memory, can't you? This one driven just for a single. Latigan swoops on that cover boundary. That's the end of another tidy over from Adam Finch. There's 3 runs coming from it. 74 for 4 at the end of 18. Players who played for Surrey and Worcestershire. So obviously one of the Surrey coaching staff at the moment. Adam Finch, who's just bowled, had a loan spell at Surrey. David Smith, left-handed batsman, has been mentioned. There's another international left-handed batter, I think. Not that many though that spring to mind.
I can think.
One you can think of other counties.
I'm going to say I can think of loads that have played for Warwickshire and Surrey recently.
Yeah.
Skipping continues. That's in the air. It's going to be safe. Up to the boundary rider for a single. For 3, 19th over. Donavira beats himself up for not stopping that, but I think he struggled to have reached it.
Now, I've just thought of a player who played for both counties very recently, actually. I'd forgotten. Played for Worcestershire the season before last. No, last season. Last season, definitely. Played for Worcestershire last season. Played for both Surrey and Worcestershire. Completely slipped my mind. Everybody should get that one from both counties, I think.
Quite a grey cloud over there. The sun is shining on the ground, but there's quite a grey cloud right on top of us. Hopefully that won't cause any problems.
That way, is it? It's hard to say. As I say, no flags to indicate the exact direction of the breeze. That's a long hop from Gibbon. Miss-hit. I'm laughing because of Rob Jones's antics in fielding that. It was a long hop which was mis-hit by Blake, and Jones at mid-wicket fell to his left to field it and then wanted to throw it at the non-striker's touch, but he was on his knees, so he tried to do a knee pirouette, which is not an easy move even for the greatest gymnast in the world, and it was awkward. He got the throw away, ended up flat on his back. Great effort, but it was never going to produce a run out. That one's clipped up to mid-on. It's good from Gibbon and Finch at the moment, these two keeping it pretty tight. Hasn't been a boundary for a while.
The batters might be feeling a bit intimidated at the moment because there's 4 members of the Surrey coaching staff who are standing in a line behind the batter on strike, arms folded, as if they're analysing their every move.
Well, another busy piece of fielding from Jones at mid-wicket. Another throw from a prone position. Didn't take a run this time. End of the over. 3 from it. 77 for 3.
Yeah, they're back on the move again. I think it is in the coach's manual that you have to walk around the ground at least once during the course of a
It's just
day's
boredom,
play.
Clive. It's just boredom. I think when you often see Alan Richardson go for a little off, he wants to say something to one of the bowlers. If he walks around when Worcester are fielding, then that's probably the reason. But 4 walking around when your team is batting is enough to put any young batsman under a bit of pressure, isn't it? And it's Josh Blake on strike. Finch hits him amidships, as CMJ would say. Adam Finch so far 4.1 overs, no maidens, no wicket for 13. Very, very tidy indeed, and bowling with good pace and pretty accurately as well. Nathan Smith, Worcestershire and Surrey, of course, the most recent. My other one, almost as recent. Just played a few games for Worcestershire at the end of last season. That's given it away.
That's nicely
That's a good
steered.
shot. Yeah, first boundary for a long time. That over-pitched. Nicely played. Steered, as you say, by Blake. Didn't try and hit it too hard. Jones comes out of slip, goes in to plug that gap at mid-wicket. Bit of a horsing, bolting situation.
First boundary since the 14th over.
Good from Finch, good reply. Steered down for a single off the edge down to Third man, actually it's a bit harsh, so it was off the edge. Knew what he was doing there, Blake. And he moves into double figures. Fateh Singh warming up in front of us, suggesting it won't be too long before we see the introduction of spin. Didn't bowl well in his last game in this competition, Fateh Singh, which was here against Gloucestershire.
Yeah, then lost his place.
63 at nearly 10 and over, didn't he?
And then he lost his place, so he'll be keen to impress. That's going to be four.
That's edge through slip. It wouldn't have carried, I don't think, to slip, but that was an edge. And that is a fortunate boundary. So 2 in this over. They've broken the shackles a little bit, but that was a moral victory for Finch, to be fair. 86 for 3. Sykes won't mind. He goes to 18. He's had to work quite hard for his runs. Oh dear, that's a beauty. That is a beauty from Finch. Past the outside edge. Really good delivery. Just going to see if we can get our live stream a little bit more up to date. Really was a good one. And another one off the last ball of the over. So 10 off that over. 4 of them fortunate. The other 6 quite nicely played. It's 87 for 3 at the end of 20 overs in a 49 overs a side game. Sykes has 19, Blake has 10.
So third double figure over of the innings, 2 10s and a 13. But despite that block of 5 was by far the tightest from Worcestershire point of view. Just 17 runs coming off it, 22 came off the first 5, 28 the second, 20 the third, 17 there the fourth. And we are going to see Fateh Singh then bowling some spin. Ben Gibbon having taken 1 for 8 in his 4 overs. So a good start for him. I'm sure we'll see him back at some point. But Singh, the 5th bowler used, I beg your pardon. Bowling first to Sykes is on 19, being a patient 19 of 31 balls. And 17 so far this pair. He's back to that, no run. That'll be a single. Remember, Worcestershire need a win to guarantee they will be at home at the next stage. Could be a semi-final on Sunday, or it would be a playoff match, a quarter-final if you like, on Thursday. But either way, if they win this match, they will definitely be at home. They'll have one more game to play here at New Road. Strangled LBW appeal from Singh, nothing doing there. Just one defeat for Worcestershire, that was against Gloucestershire, who at the time had won every game here. Gloucestershire since beaten though by Essex.
It was easily Worcestershire's worst performance as well.
Yeah.
Wasn't it? They genuinely did not get it right that day. I don't think they got it right in terms of selection that day. And they just weren't. They've been pretty consistent in this competition, and on that day they were just they did a lot of things wrong that they've done well in other games.
Not out there. So Gloucestershire are going pretty well against Hampshire now, 125 for 2. Well, good first over then from Fateh Singh. If he needed to restore a bit of confidence, that might well have done it. Just 2 runs off it.
Yes, he looked completely out of sorts in that game against Gloucestershire, I thought. Fateh Singh was quite a consistent performer in white ball cricket for Worcestershire. But he just, on that day, I don't know, something just seemed to be wrong, didn't it? He just wasn't bowling with any kind of rhythm whatsoever. It was a real mixture. And as I say, uncharacteristic. Finch carrying on. So just 2 off that over from Singh. Finch has bowled well here so far. 5.1 overs, no maidens, no wicket for 23. Sun's gone again, but it's still pretty bright. Nice shot, but straight to Shazad at mid-off. No hospitality in the marquee today. Clive was talking about the uncertainty and the difficulties facing the marketing staff when they don't know whether there will be a game here next Thursday or who it will be against. And I suppose it's all that is, again, it's a consequence of the squashed up and rather muddled scheduling of this competition. Another drive straight to the fielder. And yeah, one has sympathy, not just with the clubs, but the suppliers of the hospitality and the suppliers of the food and the drink and all the rest of it. Can be difficult. Quite different at the Oval, where you tend to have that sort of thing every day of the week, whether there's cricket or not, really, in my experience. You go to the Oval most days of the week and there's a lot of corporate events and so on. A wonderful venue for such things. Finch bowls, and this one is steered down to third for a single.
Yes, they get the playoffs and the semi-finals done under so quickly. There's a little bit of time before the final. That's September the 20th at Trent Bridge. I think I'm right in saying it's a week after finals day in the T20 Blast. Good, the finals on a Saturday. I think it was a bit of controversy the first year where they played at Trent Bridge and they did it on a Thursday or something like that, and that didn't seem the right thing to do. But they are playing it now on a Saturday.
That's driven. Oh, got it wrong this time, Finch. 2 full outside the off stump, and Sykes not going to miss out. Absolute gift. Half volley. Just leaned into it. As long as he missed mid-off, that was always going to be 4. And he did miss mid-off. And significantly the second highest scorer now, Sykes. 24 to him. Top scorer Burns with 43. But they've negotiated that tricky little spell, these two, now. Another run here as clips this one down to fine leg. Singh Fields. End of the over. 95 for 3. 6 came from it. 22 gone.
Yes, to say Sykes has got runs in this competition, so Surrey 3 wickets down with 27 overs to go. But looking to keep wickets in hand and go for it a bit at the end of the innings. Fateh Singh to continue. Back on at Edgbaston, it's now 48 overs per side game. So most games are getting the briefest of interruptions. Single to long on for Sykes. .96 for 3. Sorry, put in by Worcestershire. That's a full toss, but hit straight to Brett D'Oliveira, who stops it cleanly.
Oh, nearly another one for Jones at mid-wicket. Couldn't quite get to it. Wasn't a great delivery. Maybe just stopped a little bit in the pitch and he just mistimed the pull shot, Sykes. Jones horizontal at mid-wicket, couldn't get a hand on it. That's short. He's not got any rhythm at the moment, I don't think. Fateh Singh looks a little bit uneven, his action, if I can put it that way. A little bit, almost a bit jerky, a little bit staccato, don't know. It's not quite as smooth and rhythmical as usual. Slight change in the field. Quicker, worked away on the onside. End of the over, 102 for 3, 7 off it. Just not quite in rhythm for me. Finch has been, but I think he's going to come out of the attack. He is, and Gibbon is coming back in at the Diglis end. First time for him at that end. So Finch comes out of the attack with figures of 6 overs, no maidens, no wicket for 29, and that doesn't do him justice, I don't think. His last over, a little bit more expensive, but I think he bowled better than that. To say that he's gone for nearly 5 and over is probably not doing him justice.
100 came up in 138 balls. Will be probably one there. No, they're going to turn around for a second. Good running. They get 2. 100 came in 138 balls, which means the second 50 took 79. The first took 59. So 2 wickets falling during that 50. That's allowed Worcestershire to slow it down, but they are beginning to get a little bit of a spurt on again here, Surrey. Singh giving chase. Good stop. Again, they will get 2.
Yeah, really good fielding. All the Worcestershire players wearing their bright blue caps. If anybody's watching the stream or wondering why. Blue for Bakes today. Josh Baker, JB33, the number flying on the balloons and on the warm-up t-shirts and so on. A day to remember Josh Baker here today to raise money for the Josh Baker Foundation set up by his parents in memory of the young left-arm spinner. As this one is cut away and well fielded at backward point by Brett D'Oliveira. All the Worcestershire staff and stewards wearing the Josh Baker t-shirts today. And Gibbon gets a wicket.
No.
Well, I heard it from here.
I thought I did too.
I beg your pardon. Apologies, everybody, and apologies to Josh Blake, who drove at that outside the off stump. I thought I heard a big nick.
But no great...
and my hearing isn't great.
No great shot from the bowler, though, when it was given not out.
Henry Cullen took it, immediately set off an appeal, everybody celebrating. And we all thought it was out. But whatever we heard, it wasn't. Ball on the bat.
Might just have hit the thigh pad, yeah.
Yeah. Apologies to all. 107 for 3 it remains. definitely heard a noise, Clive.
Yeah, but as I said, the bowler didn't look too nonplussed when it was given not out. As you say, I think Henry Cullen thought straight away that it was, but...
Good over from Ben Gibbon. 5 runs came from it. 107 for 3 at the end of 24, which is about par for the course here at Worcester. Pitch appears to be similar, I would have thought, Clive, to the ones that we've seen in previous games. The odd one stopping in the pitch a little bit, but mostly it's coming on okay. We've seen batters perhaps just occasionally mistiming the short ball, but a bit of carry for the quicker bowlers. Gus Atkinson will get plenty of carry, I'm sure of that, when he bowls.
Scene continuing. Sykes hitting a puff of dust. Worcestershire captain Jake Libby offering some insight. Singh. It's a quicker ball, but that has been dispatched for the first 6 of the innings.
Quicker long hop.
Yeah.
It's just not right. I don't know what it is. It just seems to me that he gets into his delivery and there's no smoothness there, which there often is, usually is.
Just one there.
I think it's all about repetition, isn't it? Slow bowling, and even though the best slow bowlers in white ball cricket have lots of variations, that variation isn't so obvious, because obviously if it were, the batter wouldn't be deceived by it. So it's almost got to come subtly, and I just get the impression that Fatih Singh at the moment, he's kind of getting into his stride, and then there's almost a kind of that's better, much smoother from him on that one, but a kind of jerkiness and a lack of rhythm. I'm not an expert, but it just doesn't look quite right, does it? It just doesn't look quite as smooth and rhythmical as when a left-arm spinner bowls well. That was better as well. 2 or 3 deliveries in that over better. Maybe it's just when he tries to bowl it a bit quicker. He's dragged that one down and it got well and truly dispatched.
Because of the 6, it was a 10-run over, 117 for 3. And that batch of 5 overs comfortably Surrey's most productive. They scored 30 runs from 21 to 25. And we're having a drinks break, despite the fact we've already had a break, enforced by the
should we give the scores
weather
elsewhere?
interruption? Yes.
Let's do that. So elsewhere in this competition, Northamptonshire Somerset at Taunton. Northampton 108 for 3 off 23, having chosen to bat. Sussex Warwickshire at Edgbaston. Sussex going well. 143 for 2 off 26, having won the toss and elected to bat. Surrey, Worcestershire here we know about. Gloucestershire, Hampshire at Bristol. Gloucestershire going nicely, 143 for 2 in the 27th over. Bracey again in the runs, 80 not out, James Bracey. He's having a fantastic competition. Leicestershire, Glamorgan. Leicestershire on 178 for 4. having been put into bat at Sapphire Gardens. Essex, Derbyshire, Essex flying along, 194 for 2. They are at Chelmsford against Derbyshire. Paul Walter on 45, made 45. Tom Wesley's 82. Now that Charlie Allison, Ben's brother, is going along very nicely in the 60s. He's having a good little competition. That's at Derby, by the way, not Chelmsford. Old Trafford, Lancashire, 116 for 3 against Middlesex. Yorkshire, Kent at Canterbury. Yorkshire are 134 for 3. James Wharton is 30 not out. He also is a young man who is having a brilliant season and a brilliant competition. So there you are, you're up to date with the scores elsewhere. You haven't missed any cricket here because they're having drinks. And here at the halfway stage, it's 117 for 3. And I'd say, Clive, that's about par.
Yes, it is. Just looking at those other scores in terms of where it leaves things at the moment, you have to say Gloucestershire look to be doing pretty well at Bristol. So if they win that match, then Worcestershire can own... Well, if they win this match, then Worcestershire will definitely have a home playoff, even if they lose here, because Hampshire won't have overtaken them. And Hampshire could miss out because Essex also going pretty well in their game. 205 for 2 against Derbyshire, so Essex looking good. So Hampshire under pressure at the moment. And in the other group, really all the teams, I think Warwickshire, the 3 that are on 20 points, are probably the most pressure there. They have just got a third wicket, I see, but Sussex have 143 for 3, whereas both Somerset and Middlesex in the field seem to have reined their matches in a little bit. So I would say at the moment, well, I'll make the prediction at the moment. Worcestershire Middlesex playoff here on Thursday is looking quite possible, but an awful lot can change, of course.
You heard it here first. Yeah. Well, we're going to get back underway very shortly.
I have seen Middlesex play because I saw it cover their game at Rugby School against Warwickshire.
Yeah. They're in and out, aren't they, Middlesex? Yes. My observation. Not in the same division as Worcestershire in the Championship, but you keep your eye on things, and they're just a little bit in and out.
They tend to struggle at T20. Have done for years.
Yes, do. Nobody can really work out why, can they? Ben Gibbon to continue. Good start. Tucks up Blake with that one. So far, Gibbon 5 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 12. Fateh Singh's gone for 20 off 3. Doesn't look right to me. Slower ball from Gibbon, nicely waited for by Blake, drives it through the covers for 2. Worcestershire need a wicket now. These two have added 49 so far for this 4th wicket. Good little spell from Worcestershire after the fall of the 3rd wicket, and they bowled quite a few overs quite cheaply, but they've come through it, these two left-handers. Now attempting to just accelerate a little bit, having got on top. And another one down to fine leg. 120 for 3. It's all gone quiet on the quiz front, Clive.
Okay.
Had a few people got it right. 1930, Surrey, Worcestershire at the Oval. Jack Hobbs first out in Surrey's first innings. Why was that a particularly significant wicket from a Worcestershire point of view? That's the quiz question today at Frank Watson 58 on Twitter if you want to have a go, or if you want to say anything else about the game, about this game, or about Surrey Worcestershire games. Maybe you can think of some more players who played for both counties. Be good to hear from you. Single taken there, 121 for 3, but not many people have got the quiz question right. A few have. So congratulations, Guy Fenney, although he says he cheated. Glyn says he cheated. Richard Morgan got it right. Not sure if he cheated. Michael Hines got it right. And is it? It's not really cheated, is it? I suppose. Even with access to the internet, etc., you still got to do a bit of research to find it. That's short and loose from Gibbon, and not missed out on by Blake, who pulls it away to fine leg. Just a sense, Clive, as you get every now and again, like we did a few overs ago, that Worcestershire were getting on top. Just a sense in this last 10 minutes that Surrey have slipped the shackles a little bit. Both the batters are in the 30s, a little bit of loose bowling. Jake Libby's got a bit of a problem, needs to get this sorted out, I think.
Yeah, 10 off the previous over, 8 off this one so far with a ball to go. Which is what it'll be, since that's a dot. 125 for 3, still 23 overs to go. Remember, it's now 49 overs per side after the briefest of interruptions earlier.
Yeah, exactly what I would have done. I think Taylor's got 4 overs left, and Libby knew that he had to do something, and he's turned to Taylor, and I think he'll just bowl a couple here, probably keep a couple for him to bowl at the end, but he's got a couple here just to try and regain a little bit of control. Best way to do that would be to take a wicket, of course, but he had to do something.
Yeah. Seeing going for 19 is for 20 rather in his 3 overs. Haven't seen the spin of Brett D'Oliveira yet, just the 5 bowlers used. And this could be out.
Well, there you go.
It's Singh underneath it, takes it.
That's it. That's what he had to do, and Tom Taylor delivers. So, a really good bowling change from Jake Libby, albeit one that he was forced into. I think, really. Ajay Singh takes the catch. The partnership is over. They added 55 for that 4th wicket. But Sykes pays the price for a little bit of over-ambition, I think, against Taylor.
Well, score 36. But a wicket Worcestershire be pleased to have got. Fatih Singh taking his 2nd catch of the
this is
competition.
This is an interesting change in the, well, if it is a change in the batting order, isn't it? Because we've got Gus Atkinson coming to the crease, and well, I tell you what, Clive, I'd probably call him the most dangerous batter in the Surrey lineup in this format, you know.
Yeah.
And not to mention the fact that he's a frontline bowler, but he's a very, very quick scorer, very dominant batsman, and I don't think he's going to be looking to nerdle it around here. I think he's going to be positive right from the start. I'd be very surprised if he isn't.
So Tom Taylor, he made that breakthrough. That didn't come out of the middle of the bat. Single for Atkinson. Maybe a few more people have arrived in as the day's gone on. It's going down the leg side. It's a wide. He did shout catch. Taylor in the hope perhaps of persuading the umpire that it hit something. But it's unsuccessful. Wide called. Third wide of the innings. We've also had a no ball, which proved expensive as the free hit was hit for 4. That's a dot ball.
Ooh, good way to finish the over. 2 from it, but the wicket, that's the key thing, Clive.
Yeah.
He did what his skipper wanted. I reckon he'll bowl 1 more. But all eyes now on Gus Atkinson, I reckon.
So 2 wickets now in the innings for Tom Taylor. Yes, now, what's this approach going to be? Well, could be entertaining. See Fateh Singh, a change of ends to bowl to Atkinson. This could be interesting.
Bowling with the 2%, Fateh Singh.
So Ben Gibbon, a couple of spells from him now. 1 for 20 off 6, including a maiden, so he's done pretty well. Well, hit hard, but straight to a fielder, so just get a single. Jake Libby with a tumbling stop. Cut-off time the innings has got to end by is been put back a bit because of that earlier interruption, so it's 2:41. Down on one knee there, Blake, but not making contact with the ball.
Didn't bounce very much, did it?
Down the pitch comes Blake, but can't get it past the inner field. Rob Jones has been busy there, does the fielding. A quicker ball so far, so good this over from Fateh Singh. Ooh, slight misfeel, uncharacteristically there from Brett D'Oliveira. It costs a run. get through this over without a boundary. Decent over. But it's Atkinson now on strike. Well, it's back to the bowler, so good return after
much better
a difficult
over.
spell.
Much better over. Have to watch a bit more closely next time through the binoculars, see if I can work out why that is, but it just appeared to be more comfortable, didn't it? I think we'll see Taylor bowl one more over in this spell, depending what happens. So far, 7 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 34 for Taylor. Shazad 5 overs, no maidens, 1 for 21. Finch 6 overs, no maidens, no wicket for 29. Gibbon 6 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 20, and Singh 4 overs for 22. Taylor starts a new over. Yeah, decent crowd. It's quite a nice day to watch cricket, isn't it? Although we've had a little bit of rain, it's pleasantly warm. Single to Blake, who appears to be pretty comfortable out there at the moment.
Yes, certainly batters have got starts and not gone on. Maybe Blake will try and do that. Rory Burns dominate while he was at the crease, but eventually going for 43. Ollie Sykes going for 36. Josh Blake on 33. Well, the wickets have the desired impact so far, that it's slowed the scoring down, as it usually does. Good accuracy from Tom Taylor. Worth repeating the permutations for people just tuning in. Worcestershire are definitely through. Surrey, alas, definitely out. But Worcestershire are playing for a home match in the knockout stages. That's a big shot from Atkinson.
Beautiful shot.
6 runs for him, second 6 of the Surrey innings. Yeah, a win for Worcestershire would guarantee them at least a home playoff match here on Thursday. Although if Hampshire were to beat Gloucestershire, they would potentially go straight into the semi-finals and be at home. If Worcestershire lose, they have to hope that Gloucestershire beat Hampshire, then they will still be at home in the playoffs. But if Worcestershire lose and Hampshire win, as the umpire checks to see if there's any damage to the ball, then in that scenario Worcestershire would have to settle for 3rd place and would travel likely to Yorkshire on Thursday.
Probably my least favourite of the
Yes,
scenarios, Clive.
haven't got long to prepare for the journey. That's presumably part of the thinking behind resting some players. Making sure they are fresh for what could yet be a long trip. I presume it would be at Headingley. They play some games at York, but I think the knockout stage it would be at Headingley.
It'd be tricky to get an out-ground ready in the time, wouldn't it, I think? Yeah.
Yorkshire aren't guaranteed winning their group, but because of their net run rate, they are likely to. They're also going quite well, 163 for 3 in the 34th over against Kent at Canterbury. So 7 off that last over.
Fate Sting starts a new over, chopped away for a single, or paddled away for a single. Atkinson now on strike, just that one big blow so far from the big man, but it was an emphatic strike down the ground. Singh bowls, he's forward to this one. Just watch Singh a bit more closely now in this over and see if he's got a bit more rhythm at that end. Atkinson quick on his feet, hammers this one off the back foot.
Should I correct myself? It wouldn't be Yorkshire they go to in the playoff. Yorkshire might play in the semi-final, so ignore that last comment. Could well be Somerset.
Well, that wouldn't be not too bad going down the M5. Easier journey, isn't it?
The other options are potentially Middlesex or Warwickshire.
Not a particularly happy one-day hunting ground for Worcestershire. Somerset.
No.
Good side, aren't they, in so many different ways, Somerset. The Rue brothers doing great things in this competition. Good over again from Singh, not been intimidated. That one, however, is a bit of a free hit when he only gets a single. Out to Tom Hindley, who's fielding as a substitute for Worcestershire. Not quite sure who's gone off. Cashew Valley's going off now. Got another sub coming on. Ethan Brooks coming on. They're bringing the best fielders on. End of the over, 139 for 4.
Well, that batch of 5 overs, 22 for 1. They slowed down a little bit after the previous 5.
Now here we go. This is going to be interesting, I reckon. Khurram Shahzad
against Atkinson.
Against Atkinson. If he bangs it in short, he'll smash it. If he over pitches, he'll smash it. If he gets it in the middle, he might pick up a wicket.
Especially Gloucestershire are going very well against Hampshire now. 200 for 2 in the 33rd, so it may mean that whatever Worcestershire do here won't influence their final position. It will be second come what may if Gloucestershire win that.
Driven the first ball out for a single. Neil Clark's been in touch. He says about players who played for both counties. Jason Delapina played for Surrey and Worcestershire, and for my club, Sutton Cricket Club in Surrey, which is also where Josh Blake plays, and it's also Jamie Smith's club. There you go, Jason Delapina. Another one who's played for both. There's an international left-handed batter, I reckon, played for both that nobody's got yet, and I don't mean David Smith, who people have got. There is another one, I think. There's Shahzad. Better, good length. Steered down by Atkinson. Good pace. Hit the bat quite hard. Atkinson capable, though, of really, really climbing into anything loose. And actually, sometimes it doesn't have to be particularly loose. Very quick scoring batter, as we've seen at the highest level. Exciting cricketer. Bowls with pretty high pace as well. Taking on the pad though, I think, as he tries to work this one away on the leg side. Just a leg by. So yeah, we're looking for, apart from the big quiz question, we're looking for, what do they used to call it when you went to a quiz and they had an ongoing thing? The blockbuster, they used to call it, didn't they? The blockbuster is players who've played for both counties. Not that many, actually. We've had a few suggestions. Obviously one of the Surrey coaching staff at the moment. Not that many spring to mind. Shahzad again hits the pad as Blake this time tries to work the ball away. and they go through for a leg bye. So big David Smith, of course. Smudger, big left-hander. And Adam Finch playing in this game. On loan briefly at Surrey. There we go, Atkinson just dismisses that one. Just in the slot, that's exactly the wrong length really. Just in the slot, in the arc, and he just hit through it. Didn't hit it particularly well, didn't hit particularly hard, but lifted it over mid-on. Just kind of dismissive really, wasn't it, Clive? You just don't bowl there to me sort of thing really.
He could be destructive, Gus Atkinson. Still a long way to go in this innings. Got 18 overs to go after this one.
Absolutely. They need him out. They really do. Shazad. I doubt he'll have bowled at him before. Nicely played. And another uncharacteristic misfield from Brett D'Oliveira at backward point. And they get a single, which means he keeps the strike. 147 for 4, 8 off the over.
Yeah, just 6 to Shazad's name because 2 are leg buys. That's 8 onto the total. So plenty of time to add from Surrey's point of view. Be fattest thing to continue because of that slight misfield. Gus Atkinson is on strike. He's on 14 or 15 balls.
Oh, I know, there's another very obvious one, isn't there? Surrey and Worcestershire.
Quicker ball, a little short, but it'll only be a run.
There's another very obvious one, I think. International cricketer. Yeah.
Oh, first
That's a good shot.
reverse sweep shot. That's gone for 4 from Blake. Brings up the 150.
I know it sounds obvious, but need a wicket, Worcestershire. This is one of those little spells, isn't it, where they've just changed into 5th, haven't they? If you know what I mean. They're just looking to accelerate, and if they're allowed to get into 6th, it could pull away. They lose a wicket. Could be pegged back, but it's a crucial 5 overs, I would say, this next 5 overs. If these two are still together when we're into the sort of 36th, 37th, then I think Worcestershire could be looking at 300. Better from Singh. Definitely better in this spell from the Diglis end.
150 came up 189 balls, third 50 and 61, so quicker than the second, which was 79. First 50 is the quickest. Oh, that was just short of Tom Taylor. As he goes for the sweep shot, the first 50 and 59 balls. He lost 1 wicket for that third 50. Where's that gone?
That wasn't pleasant, was it? Went for a big hit, bottom edge onto his pad, I think, dropped into the block hole. End of the over. Good over, actually, that, I think. 6 came from it, but not a bad over at all from Fateh Singh. 153 for 4. Khurram Shazad. Things happen when Khurram Shazad bowls, one way or another. Always worth watching.
This will be his 7th over. You imagine that will be it until the end. Because there's a slight complication. We've got to get to the 49th over rather than the 50th.
Shazad round the wicket. First ball was a dot.
So one bowler hold a maximum of 9 overs.
Glyn Berrington says, have we mentioned Mitchell Santner yet? No, we haven't. Eunice Ahmed, Neil Clark says, he was definitely the one I was thinking of, international left-hander, but Stephen Davis, more recently.
Oh, yes.
And Vikram Solanki,
yes, that's the one that came to my mind.
I thought was very obvious. Who's obviously gone on to a great career in cricket administration as well. That one's pulled off the front foot by Blake out to square leg for a single. 42. He's played well, Josh Blake, hasn't he? Came in at a difficult time, had that quiet little period where they did a bit of rebuilding, but he's ticked along. 42 off 56. Atkinson threatening, I would say. 15 off 19. Tom Taylor back at long on, just in case he doesn't quite time one as he attempts to go over the top. But he is capable of hitting a very long ball indeed. But not off that one, which is driven straight to Libby at mid-off. Not the most comfortable of stops from Libby, but he manages to get down on his knees and make sure there's no addition.
Yeah, still just the 5 bowlers used.
That's 4, isn't it?
Yeah.
Or is it? Yeah,
Not even that he can get that.
Pace.
Yeah, well struck.
Amar Verdi is the one that I was thinking of.
Yes.
Quite recently, at the end of last season, a couple of games on loan for Worcestershire, the off spinner, played in that wonderful win at Chelmsford that played a big part in keeping Worcestershire in Division 1. A bit of variation of pace from Karam there. Cut for a single. Might have been a few further back in time, but of course players didn't move around so much, did
No. Pretty much never in mid-season, are they? Now, he didn't have loans either, until relatively recently. It'll be a single, which means 7 off the over with that one boundary. 160 for 433 overs ball. Remember, it's 49 overs they'll face, and the Worcestershire target is likely to be adjusted very slightly on Duckworth Lewis Stern. Because Surrey started that innings assuming there'd be 50 overs. And in fact, there'd be 49. Not that that makes a huge difference, but it might be a run or 2 here or there. Oh, attempted sweep, and that's misses out. LBW didn't get that right at all, Blake, and that's a big wicket for Fateh Singh to take. The batter who's batted pretty well, but not quite gone on. 160 for 5, Blake goes for 43.
Yeah, big wicket, as you say, Clive. And Fateh Singh definitely more effective from that Diglis end. And the second batter to be dismissed for 43. It's been a bit of a feature, this competition, or maybe I'm imagining it, I don't know. Maybe it's just been here at Worcester. Players getting in and getting out. I think it probably is games here at Worcester if I think more deeply about it, because there have been plenty of big scores in games and other venues, but Yeah, you know, looking back on games here in this competition, just off the top of my head, a lot of 20s, 30s, 40s, not many hundreds, 80s, which might say something about the nature of the pitches that we've seen.
Yeah, across the country, there have been, I think, 51 centuries, which is more than in last season's entire competition when there were 41. So, a few bigger scores this season. One player's got 3 centuries, and 5 have got 2. Brett Olivier, one of the players on 2. Emmanuel Hack of Yorkshire is the one player to have, disregarding anything that might have gone on today, is the one player to have got 3 centuries in the competition.
James Bracey's got a good few runs, hasn't he?
Yeah, but not in the form of centuries for
Got
them.
180 the other day, didn't he? I think?
Yes,
Yeah.
which I suppose helps your season's tally. That is the top score of the season, 186. That's wide. Garantler, the new batter, not someone that I have come across
Normally.
before. 22 years of age. It's his 7th first team game all his days.
Is he a bowler?
No, just a batter.
Just a batter, okay.
All of his 6 previous games have been this season. 22 is his top score against Hampshire. 21 of the last game against Notts.
Ooh. We're a bit lucky there. That one turned a bit, I think. Which won't worry Surrey too much.
Slip in place with the new batter. Oof.
Ambitious. Good over.
Yeah, 3 off it in the wicket.
Now, a lot depends on Gibbon, Clive, for me. A lot depends on it, Gibbon. I think if Worcestershire can pick the wicket up of Gibbon, Gibbon coming on, I don't mean a lot depends on Gibbon. I meant a lot depends on Atkinson. If Worcestershire can get Atkinson for fewer than 50, then although there's still a bit of batter to come, you're looking, you make that 250 that we think is about par here unlikely to be exceeded. If Atkinson cuts loose and makes a 70 or an 80, and that target gets up towards 300,
Yeah,
I think those of us that have seen many of the games here would regard that as being a little bit too many, a few too many. Gibbon it is back into the attack. Ooh, and he beats Atkinson outside the off stump with the first one.
oh, that'll be a wide.
Being threatened here.
So
Clive.
somebody being
I think
volunteered to.
Henry Cullen's dad is threatening.
I have done football commentaries with dads. I actually did a Coventry City match where Andy Blair was our summariser and his son Matty was playing for the opposition.
Right. Okay.
So that was interesting. And I've also done David Phillips commentated with me when his son Aaron Phillips was playing.
Yeah.
A little awkward.
Well, you find out who the really honest ones are then, I suppose, don't you? It must be tricky, mustn't it?
Must be,
If you
yeah.
find yourself in that position. Oh dear.
Sure, that's gone all the way.
That's in that exactly the perfect way of describing that. If you're watching that, you watch a replay, is just in the arc. It's just absolutely in the arc. So all he does is he stays exactly where he is and he just swings his arms through it. And the length is absolutely perfect. And away it goes for 6. That's what I mean. If he stays in for another 45 minutes or so,
Could be damaging, yeah.
could be very, very damaging. Your margins for error are so much smaller against a batter of this power. And it is power with regard to Atkinson. A lot of these modern cricketers, it's to do with subtlety and variation. I'm not saying he's not capable of that, but there's a lot of power there. Stands very still. That's a wide.
Yeah. And he's had a good rest. Gus Atkinson was last. Well, he did play for the Invincibles against the Chargers in a T20 match. Not sure what that was all about. Was that? And that was in the 100. So he played the one game. So whether he picked up an injury, I'm not sure. Before that, and he played, of course, the Test match against India at the Oval.
Oh, that's unlucky. That is unlucky from Gibbon. Got it in the block hole on the bottom edge, squirts it through, slip for 4. Those fast hands again. Karim Shazad. Not the quickest around the boundary. Quietly threatening presence, Atkinson, isn't he?
Yeah, England will look forward to seeing him bowling again when he comes to bowl in this game. .76 for 5. Last ball of the over, which has already yielded 13 runs. And again, I think off the last ball, it will be the most expensive over of the innings so far. Rattler on strike. And it's a dot ball, so it equals the most expensive over of the innings so far. 13 coming off it. And that last little batch of 5 is the most productive for Surrey so far. 37 for 1 in that 5 over spell. And they've got 14 overs to go, so if they were to carry on at that sort of rate, you'd be looking at sort of 260, 270. But you do have a player who can accelerate.
It's all about this man, isn't it? I reckon. Cuts Atkinson, Taylor. Slight misfield. They get a single, not a bad outcome.
No.
From a Worcestershire point of view, I think. I mean, I genuinely mean that. I think in the next 5 or 6 overs, Jake Libby's plan might well incorporate bowling as few deliveries as possible at Gus Atkinson. Bringing a slip in now for Grantler. He's on the back foot to a quicker one, which probably would have been better advised going forward to. Missed it, not taken cleanly by Henry Cullen. That's a nice shot. For a single.
Potentially 2 balls for Atkinson to face. And he's one up the first for 6. By just getting confirmation from the fielder, it looked for me like a 6, and that's confirmed. Straight down the ground, long off, quite wide, couldn't reach it. And he is, as we predicted, doing some damage here. Gus Atkinson, he's on to 38. Won't get anything for that one, which will also keep him off strike, which is a good news. One big shot on the over, is it? So only 8 off it, not a disaster.
The margins for error are small, aren't they?
Yeah.
The game is developing in a fascinating way, I think. I was talking to one or two players from the past about this recently and saying, you know, how would it be if we saw the likes, you know, the metronomical bowlers that we used to see, I think of Mike Hendrick and Chris Old and people like that, how would they fare against the modern batters? And these are bowlers that often bowled the same ball over and over and over again. Mike Hendrick was, you know, back of a length, moving away, etc., etc. Well, you can't do that now, can you? Because batters just don't let you bowl the same ball over and over again. They use their feet, they hit you to unusual places, etc. Let's break off as Gibbon bowls this one. And the feeling was that those bowlers were such good bowlers that they would adapt. I mean, they would recognise that they wouldn't be able to just keep bowling it in the same place because they'd get ramped and reversed and whatever. So they would adapt, but the game is changing, and you get players now. I think of Ethan Brooks as an example, who comes in and he can score 360 degrees all around the wicket, reverse sweep as easy as he sweeps. He can also go big, he can hit straight down the ground, he can uppercut, he can switch hit. Another dot from Gibbon. So you've got that. You've also got the likes of Atkinson here, for want of a better example, who even at test level will come out and play pretty orthodox cricket shots, but with such power and such balance, and with a big cricket bat and long levers, that he can score off good balls, as we were talking about this morning. I think bowling is getting increasingly difficult in all forms of the game. I really do. Gibbon bowls another dot. Good over so far. And Worcestershire, as I say, profiting from bowling at the other end at the moment.
Yeah, I was going to say, pressure on Grantler, who is an inexperienced player, hasn't made too many runs. He desperately needs to try and get Atkinson on strike.
And it really is tough being a bowler in white ball cricket these days, I think.
Yeah.
Really tough.
Well, he's managed it there, Grantler got the single, so Atkinson again potentially has 2 balls to face.
And I think if you're a young bowler in white ball cricket, and I watched a fair bit of the Bunbury Festival recently, with the best under 15 cricketers in the country, and even at that level you've got players now hitting it a long way. So as a young bowler in white ball cricket, you've got to learn to cope with that. You've got to learn to cope with being absolutely dispatched from time to time. and keep your nerve and come back and hit good areas. Very difficult. Just a single this time, even though he's got his arms free. One ball left in the over. Could do with giving Garanta a single here.
Yes.
I think Libby might be aware of that.
Well, good over if you can avoid a boundary off the last ball here.
Very good. Just 2 from it so far. And not only that, it gives him a single. Nice. Still plenty of time.
Yeah. Still just a 5 bowlers used, so might well be Jake Libby's plan. 4 bowlers will bowl 10 and 1 will bowl 9. Oh, but here's the 6th bowler now. Brett D'Oliveira is coming in from the Diglis end to give Jake Libby some extra options.
This could be quite dangerous if he bowls at Atkinson, I think. Anish Kapil, says Ian York, played for both counties. Yes, he did. You've used the internet, Ian, I know, because that's the first one that comes up when you put it in. Anish Kapil.
Oh, yeah.
I bet. That's not, well, I might be wrong, Ian, I might be wrong. But and Surrey coach Gareth Batty says Adrian Austin, that's the one I was hinting at before. D'Oliveira starts a new over, or first over.
So they're going at 5 and over at the moment, across the innings. Swing and a miss by Grantler. Who's in an awkward little position here.
Just needs to get a 1, doesn't he?
Yeah. Feels inside the circle, quite close, looking there to save the 1. And he's got that away to the sweeper, the boundary rider on the offside, so he gets a single. 3rd ball.
Right, here we go. Here we go. I don't think Atkinson's going to be playing many defensive shots here.
Only 4 fielders allowed on the boundary. And
that's a slap.
Clear a little puff of sand as that lands. 4 runs.
Slapped from outside off.
The good news is he's on 40.
Wasn't a bad delivery, really.
He's on 43, which is the score that Worcestershire got 2 players out on already.
As I said, if he gets 80 or 90. Oh, he's got lucky. Top edge. Got lucky. Hands on head from D'Oliveira. I don't know if you've. I've got the live stream on, Clive, because we follow our own, just so that we can see what you can see, and we can't see it at the same time as you. We're a bit delayed, but just checking things. And I've not cleared the live chat, so I've got the live chat on at the side. I have never read such a load of rubbish in my life. Absolute nonsense.
Yeah, it doesn't relate much to what's going on, does it, generally?
It's utter nonsense. It really is. End of the over from Brett D'Oliveira with those 2 off the last ball. So 8 came from it, 195 for 5. Decent over apart from that 1 delivery, and actually that wasn't a bad delivery, the one that got slapped away through mid-wicket for 4.
Well, they've averaged 8 and over for the last 4 overs. If they carried on like that, we'll be looking at 280 odd.
Yeah, which is a good score here.
Yeah.
I think a good score. They're a powerful. I mean, it's a surprise they haven't done better in this competition than they have. But the other thing is, they are a very, very powerful side when you throw in Gus Atkinson, aren't they?
Gibbons to
Oh, but he's got away with that. Oh dear, Henry Cullen diving to his right. Got a hand to it. Couldn't hold on to it. Looking to cut down to third man. Gibbon nearly gets his man. Could he have caught it? I'm going to look at the replay. Yeah, well, it just died on him. It just dipped as he dived away to his right. I don't think he actually did manage to get a glove on it in the end.
That's got him off strike as single as the fielder down at third. I was able to get that in.
God, that could have been crucial, couldn't it?
Yeah.
Good fielding by D'Oliveira. They get a single.
Essex, by the way, are building a huge score at Derby, although Derbyshire have been involved in high-scoring matches and have made fists of run chases, but 323 for 4 with 5 overs still to go, Essex.
So it could be on 375, couldn't it?
And that puts real pressure on Hampshire. Gloucestershire 248 for 3 and the 41st of 49 there at Bristol. Well, that's going to go for 4 off an inside edge. This is all getting a bit frustrating for Worcestershire. It's a couple now.
Getting frustrating for Ben Gibbon, I think, isn't it? Wow. Very unlucky.
Still getting the runs, Atkinson, but with a couple of false shots of late.
He's on the verge of a 50. 35. He's done exactly what they wanted, hasn't he? Yeah. Really, exactly what they wanted. Just given a little glimmer of hope, though, I think, to Gibbon. And he just almost recognises that, doesn't he? And thinks, I'm just going to play this one a bit more correctly.
The 200 coming up from that last shot. Get that one away. Good stuff from Gibbon.
This has not been a bad over, has it? At all. He probably hit the last ball for 6 now, but could have had him out caught. Inside edge for 4.
Yeah. So the 4th 50 has been the quickest so far, 43 balls. That's 1 wicket in that time. Second 196 balls compared to the first, which was 138. Last ball of the over.
Well bowled.
Well bowled. Completes a decent over. The 4 was unfortunate from his point of view, and still only 6 runs conceded.
It was a really good over. Brett D'Oliveira to continue. There was a bit of encouragement for D'Oliveira, to be fair, in that last over, wasn't there? Because did get that top edge, and the one that was hit for 4 was a bit of a sort of fetch from outside off. And what he wants to do is keep bowling it at Garamba.
Yeah, 9 off 20 balls from him now.
Oh, he's got his first boundary.
He's into the ground over the top. Just by the way, we're in the 40th over, but the umpires have indicated this is the final power play, the last 10 overs, even though it's 49 overs beside the start of the last power play with 10 overs to go. That means an extra fielder is allowed on the boundary. So we can have 5 on the boundary for these last 10 overs. $206 for 5, and Atkinson on strike now. Grantler doing well this over, getting the boundary, and now the single to get Atkinson on strike.
Not that one. There it is, there's his 50.
First 50 of the innings, 40 balls. 5 fours and 3 sixes. That's Atkinson.
Chris Atkinson, 50 off 40 balls, 5 fours and 3 sixes.
Grantler seems to have opened up a little bit. He'll only get a single there. Attacking sweep shot. Got out of that over reasonably well. 7 off it. Worcestershire would take around about 6 and over now. Which would 54 would take them to 262 if they got a run a ball from here. Wouldn't be easy for Worcestershire, but I think they'd probably take that right now. Last over for Ben Gibbon. Starts with a dot.
Oh, pretty well, hasn't he?
Yeah, nice and close into the body of Grantler. You can't get that away. Atkinson will be twitching at the non-striker's end. Son out again. Hasn't quite been able to make up his mind today. Josh Baker balloons are swaying quite a bit now in the breeze. In the air, safe.
Get away with it. It's going to get 2, I think. Which again is not bad news for Worcestershire. Keep bowling it. Keep bowling at Grantler. I think that's very much the plan.
That is, though, the 50 partnership between these two. It's come in 7 overs.
That's about right, isn't it? Good shot straight to the fielder. Oh, he's cut that away down to 3rd. Oh my goodness me. Oh, dear, dear, dear.
Yes, that is
Words fail me.
unfortunate error.
Words fail me, which is not a good admission for a commentator.
No. Shazad just letting that one through.
Absolutely appalling.
Legs.
Appalling fielding.
Pity, because it was shaping up to be a decent over.
Just unbelievable at this level, isn't it? He's kept the strike.
Well, It's what is it? It's 7 off the over. It should have been, well, 4, shouldn't it? Although Atkinson would have been on strike, I suppose, off the last ball. But Gibbon finishing with, he says, trying to work it out. Yeah, 1 for 49 in his 10 overs, so not too bad at all. Bowled a maiden for just under 5 and over and getting a wicket. He runs here for, oh, it's 4 runs. That's well placed by Grant. A good shot. First ball of the over from Brett D'Oliveira. Puts D'Oliveira in a bit of pressure at the start of the over. Pull for a single. It's third over. Fatah Singh's bowled 8. And that will be just short. Oh, he nearly got there. Did Fatah Singh? He couldn't quite reach it. They'll get 2. He could have stopped it and kept them down to 1, but he tried to go for the catch and didn't quite make it.
Unlucky from Brett D'Oliveira. He's been unlucky a couple of times, hasn't he, against Atkinson? Second time he's got a top edge.
Can't get hold of that one either, it's a single. And no run there. Last ball of the over coming. 8 off it so far.
You're looking at 300, aren't you? You've got to be, haven't you?
Potentially.
Got to be looking
second.
at 300, I think.
Get a couple of wickets. Might reduce that again. That's just short of Rob Jones. Oh, bounced up a little bit on Grantler. 8 off it again.
They're keeping the lid on it.
They are.
They're keeping the lid on it.
I suppose Surrey be looking for just one really big over, which with Atkinson there is definitely possible. Now, Fatah Singh has got potentially 2 overs left. He is going to come back to the new road end.
Well, whether it was my perception or not, I don't know, but I thought he was much more comfortable at the Diglis end than he was at the new road end. But he is under pressure because Atkinson will go for him if he gets a chance here. So does he try and bowl quick and flat? I think that's what he'll probably do. Quick and short, actually, that one, and he goes for a swing round and makes no contact. If he'd hit that, it was in the car park.
Well, Grantler come a long way down there to go scurrying back.
Quick from Singh, bottom edge, unlucky. Goes for 4, didn't really know much about it, but fortune favours the brave. Fast hands, gave himself room, and big thick bat, bottom edge, probably always going to go to the rope. Unlucky for Singh. That's what I mean. It's a bowler, it's a batter's game, isn't it? In the white ball game. I mean, hasn't done much wrong there, Singh.
Oh, well, played about 3 different shots there.
Yeah, he's better. He's better when he goes for the big one, isn't it? I think Atkinson, probably a better player of seamers than he is of spinners. Although I say that without really knowing much about his batting. I've seen him obviously make runs for England, but he was a bit lucky a couple of times against D'Oliveira and didn't quite get hold of that. Whereas against the seamers, he's just hit through it, hasn't he?
Well, it's notable actually. I think they brought Fatah Singh on shortly after he came in, so it may well be Worcestershire had already surmised that.
Yeah. Some players are very much like that, aren't they? Ed Pollock was very much like that, wasn't he? In his heyday, he could murder seamers, but always struggled a bit against spinners. Grantler with a nice cut here. Keeping the lid on it though, still, as we say, that's probably the best way of describing it. Just keeping it. Well, how would you say it? The wheels haven't come off.
No, exactly.
They're a bit loose, but they haven't come off.
It's just that really big over they've got to avoid, isn't it?
Yeah, that's 2 more off that one. It was good fielding by that, wasn't it? As ever, out on the boundary, showing how it should be done. 231 for 5.
So again, 8 off the over. So the last, if you look at the last, 8, 6, 7, 7, 8, 8. So it's fairly consistent.
Yeah.
And 8 and over from here would take them to 279 to be precise, at a target of 280. But one really big over.
Yeah, and there will be one, won't there? Because they're only 5 down. So that, you know, if you're only 5 down with 2 or 3 to go, you can absolutely have a go at everything, really. Tom Taylor and Khurram Shahzad have still to finish off. Taylor has 2, Shahzad has 3, Finch has 4. Oliveira is coming out of the attack, and it is going to be Shahzad. Now this, I think, will be interesting, because if he gets his Yorkers in, then he might get Atkinson out. If he doesn't get his Yorkers in, then Atkinson might well get stuck into him.
23 runs off his 3 overs, Brett D'Oliveira.
He's unlucky. He did a bit better than that, didn't he, really?
Yeah, a couple of streaky shots in there.
So, Shahzad it is from the Diglis end. Field is just being altered slightly. Tom Taylor going to mid-on. We've got 3 men inside the circle on the offside. Mid-off, extra cover and backward point. 1 inside the circle on the leg side. Mid-wicket, shortish. And the rest. In fact, that's wrong, because he's now going out to deep mid-wicket and mid-on is coming in. So he's got mid-off and mid-on in the circle. Fine leg and 3rd man back. And he bowls a good length outside the off stump and beats Grantler as much for pace as anything else, looking to just run it down to 3rd man. And now he's being given one on the leg side, really. Just mid-on inside the circle on the leg side. And he's right on the edge.
No.
And goes for the big hit and beaten. He's got a chance of bowling a really tight over here, Shahzad. Bowling at Grantler, who's on 28, to be fair. having faced 36 deliveries, but he's not been finding the boundary regularly.
It's his career best as well, by the way. 28. He's basically playing all the estate games this season.
Finding his way in the game, let's be fair.
Oh.
Well, that's a good shot though. Very, very cleverly played uppercut. Banged in short. Not the best bit of bowling. Gave him a bit of room. And Garantler, having said he was done for pace on the first one, expertly uppercuts that. One bounce for 4. Almost directly behind the keeper.
It's his last chance to impress, of course, in this competition. It is Surrey's last game.
Beaten again. So why not just keep bowling it there?
Yeah.
You know, why not just keep bowling it there? Why bang that one in? I don't know.
Maybe not to be too predictable, I suppose, but yeah. See what he does with this one. That'll be 1, so Atkinson has 1 ball this over. Having taken 5 off the first 5 balls. Long leg has come inside the circle, 3rd back on the boundary. 2 fielders on the leg side boundary, 1 on the offside. Oh, long on. Oh, there we go.
That's it. That's what you got to do. Get the Yorker in. That's a big wicket.
Atkinson gone for 60. Yet you feel he could have done so much more damage.
Yeah, it's a big wicket, I think.
36 for 6.
Shazad's second wicket.
Yeah.
Big partnership. 76 for that 6th wicket, but a really important time to pick up that wicket. You've got obviously the chance for later batters to come in and play shots, and
Coming into bat for Surrey, Nathan Barnwell.
And Nathan Barnwell coming in ahead of Ralphie Albert and James Taylor, but which is presumably because he's more likely to score quickly. But as we've said so many times, and it's the most obvious thing in the book, take a wicket, best way to slow the scoring rate down. Remove Atkinson, who's 60, came off just 48 balls incidentally, and he probably was the most threatening of the batters remaining. 6 4s and 3 6s in that. Then you've got a chance of maybe just getting an over or 2 through quite cheaply and pegging them back a little bit, which can be the difference between chasing 275, chasing 300.
Yeah, Barnwell got 43 not out off 21 balls against Derbyshire, so that's obviously what they're looking for him to do here. Shazad now has 8 wickets in the competition this season, and Fateh Singh is to continue.
His first ball is clipped away on the onside for 2. They're coming back for 2. That's very good running from Barnwell. As Tom Hinley, one of the substitutes, came in to do the fielding at deep mid-wicket. And 1 short. Signal by the umpire. 1 short. Don't often see that. So Garantler only gets 1 for his efforts. Gets one more here as he drives up to long on. My first one short of the season.
Yes, I think it's my first. Certainly in this competition. I'm trying to recall whether I saw one of the championship. I think it probably is my first.
Good to spot it, actually.
Yeah.
Sort of thing they wouldn't look for if it was on TV. They'd know that it would be picked up, I think, on the like the old no balls. They don't bother looking for those anymore, but yeah, well spotted on short, pulled down to long on, well fielded by Tom Taylor. I'm not saying Tom Taylor never misfields, but he's the quality of his fielding and think situations like that, as indeed most players at this level, is pretty consistent. And when you see that one that Karam Shahzad let through his legs at third man, you realise that we take a lot of it for granted, Clive.
We do.
End of the over.
4 runs off it. A great over from Worcestershire's point of view at this stage.
We take it for granted, don't we, that they won't make mistakes like that. It was Taylor, though, often gets put out where the ball is most likely to go, and that's always a sign that you put your best fielder in the most obvious places. Latigan, as you commented, has been brilliant out there on the boundary in the last 2 or 3 games for Worcestershire. It's very important.
The last 2 blocks of 5 overs have both gone for 32.
That's quite good from Worcester's point of view.
It is. And we've got 4 overs left. Remember, it's 49 overs.
275, I think Worcestershire should settle for.
Shahzad in again. Will be certainly 1. They've run the first one hard. They're looking at the second, but Kashif is very quickly off the boundary.
Get the Yorker in there. If this guy likes to go big, Barnwell, which is what we're led to believe, forgive our ignorance, Surrey viewers, then Shahzad needs to do what he did to Atkinson and get that Yorker in. Delivered from a low trajectory, he's not the tallest, can be very effective. And that's a good attempt at it, giving himself a bit of room, Barnwell. Goes for the big heave. Working out, I guess, that if he gets something on it, he could easily slice it over D'Oliveira at backward point, big gap down on the boundary between Singh, who's quite tight at third man, quite fine, and Kashif Ali, who's in front of square. Beautiful afternoon. I think the crowd has grown a bit, Clive.
It does. Tom Taylor's preparing to come in to finish off the innings.
Shahzad again. And Barnwell whips him away on the leg side, but only for a single.
That'll be 1 as well.
Bold.
Again, a single. So just the 4 runs from the first 5 balls of the over. Flying leg once again comes in the circle and
bowled, well bowled.
yeah, just 4 off the over then. So 3 overs to go. A run a ball here takes us to 262.
There's a bowler in there, isn't there? Karam Shazad. I know that sounds a bit rude when he's already played Test cricket, but his bowling for Worcestershire has been a slightly frustrating mixture, and just every now and again he bowls a spell that shows you that if he could be a bit more consistent, and to be fair today he's been pretty good most of the day today, but if he could be a bit more consistent he would be a really, really vital member of the side. Well, he already is, but you know what I mean. Somebody that you might look to re-employ, I guess.
Singh completed his overs, 1 for 54 off 10 as Taylor comes back. Coming back for 2. Oh, that must have been close. Well, the umpire was in a good position and says not out. A direct hit. Just got in Barnwell. So 2 there. Shazad so far 2 for 43 with 1 over to go. Oh, just short of the fielder inside the circle at short third, single. Been too many big overs in the innings so far. Tempting fate, of course, will be 2 13s. They've been the biggest overs, and 3 10s. As we've been saying, they've never quite let Surrey get completely away. That'll be 1 more. Let's play a decent little innings for the team. He's on 39.
Yeah, he's played a decent innings if he ends up 60 not out, I reckon. But if he ends up 48, 50, and he's used up 50, 60 deliveries, I'm not so sure. I don't know. He's young and inexperienced. Let's cut him a bit of slack. Nice slow ball from Taylor. Wide though. So in trying to take the pace off it, just got the line wrong. If you're just joining us, Thomas was out for 2, Folkes for 6, Burns for 43, Sykes 36, Blake 43, Atkinson 60. Nobody's gone on to anything really big, but they've scored pretty consistently. And they're slightly over par, in my opinion. I reckon 250, 260 at par here at New Road. Going to be more like 275. 49 overs a side, remember. Lost a brief period of time, and it caused 2 overs to be taken off the whole game. Not quite sure why, for goodness sake. The weather's perfectly good. Doesn't make any sense whatsoever to me, but I suppose you've got to have some sort of system of taking overs off when.
Yeah, they're obviously they're not allowing any extra time, because that's been the case in other matches as well. Even if you're off just for a moment, you lose an over.
Swing and a miss from Garantla.
Of course,
leg bite.
Sorry, Frank. Glamorgan did set Worcestershire 298 here, and we thought that would be quite a stiff chase. So they got there reasonably comfortably there in Worcestershire, but they didn't have Gus Atkinson bowling at them.
No, or Taylor.
Yeah.
I think he's also a frontline seamer, isn't he? But yeah, I mean, it's they can only bowl 20. So there's 30 got to come from elsewhere. Heaved away by Barnwell, but just a single. End of the over. Good over from Tom Taylor.
And there's Luke backstage here at the road. The ladies and gentlemen have gone probably on after Blue
Gates reserves. Ladies Pavilion.
With a lovely blue topic. There are no limited events available. You may join the queue right now. Other kits, as usual, are available.
250 came up in 282 balls, so the fifth 50 in 50 balls. So it actually slowed down a bit compared to the fourth.
I'll make it 7 off that last over. Oh, there was a leg bye.
There was a leg bye,
yeah.
correct. Yeah. Swinging
So
a miss
it's 8.
there. First ball of the Shazad final over.
Two overs left, I reckon. Yeah, well, if they keep them under 270, I think we'll sure feel they've done quite well, Clive.
Yeah.
Slower ball, attempted, full toss, gets away with it.
I don't want to downgrade the jeopardy, but it may not really be all that important because Gloucestershire building a decent total against Hampshire, and if Gloucestershire beat Hampshire, then Worcestershire do finish second, come what may. But they'd like to go to the next game with a bit of winning momentum.
I think that might be the thinking, Clive, in leaving out
Yeah.
Brooks and Waite, don't you?
Yeah.
That partly they're thinking, well, whatever, you know, we could get beaten here, but if Gloucester beat Hampshire, which they're very likely to do, makes no difference. So I think that might well be part of the thinking.
The other group, Somerset have bowled Northants out for 238, so Somerset looking good. It's one of the 3 teams probably chasing the 2 places.
Oh, well bowled. Gosh, see, this is what I think. This is what some people find frustrating about Karim Shazad, Clive, is that when he bowls like this, you can see what he's capable of, and that he has bowled that one outstanding performance at Edgbaston in the Championship, and yet in between there have been some quite ordinary efforts.
Yeah.
But then we always want our best players to perform at their best all the time, I suppose, like all football fans and cricket fans. Those that do it frequently are the more highly rewarded. But he does have that knack, doesn't he, as he shows again here, of getting that Yorker in pretty consistently, and having gone, as you said, from 38 overs 8, 6, 7, 7, 8, 8, it's then gone 5, 4, 4, 5, and just 4 at the moment, I think, of this one.
Yeah. Well,
Brilliant field hand. He would have been out, wouldn't he? He's fielded off his own bowling. He's thrown it back. If he'd have hit, then he was absolutely stone dead run out, but he isn't. He gets lots of congratulations from his teammates. Just 4 runs then coming from the penultimate over and Kuram Shazad finishes with figures of 10 overs, no maidens, 2 for 45.
So last over the innings, somewhat confusingly, 50 over game. The last over was the 49th. Briefest of interruptions we had from it was the 11th over. We came off with a little bit of rain coming down. Maybe with hindsight they could have continued. The rain was fairly light, but
yeah.
Anyway, Taylor in, and swing and a miss. Whether that's going down the leg side, but no wide. So Barnwell hasn't quite been able to do what he was probably sent out to do. He's got 10 off 15 balls now. Unless he can do it with these last few deliveries. Worcestershire target may well be adjusted very slightly. Via Duckworth Lewis Stern, I shouldn't think we more than a run in it really. Short delivery, which he swings and misses at again. Just looking at who's going to get through from the other group who Worcestershire might play. Well, it should fall back a bit. They've got Sussex 277 for 9. If all the teams in contention win, then it'll become very complicated because it'll be down to net run rate. But that's other people's problems. That is a big shot. That's what he's in for, Barnwell. That's launched over mid-wicket for 6. That'll make him feel a little better. That is the 5th 6 of the Surrey innings, 3 of them having been hit by Gus Atkinson. 261 for 6, 3 balls to go. Hasn't got as much on that, but it's still going to go away for 4. So some runs been added off the final over.
Yeah, it's annoying, isn't it, for Jake Libby and for Worcestershire and for Tom Taylor, because pegged them back really, really well. And you thought 2 dots at the start of this over. You thought, well, they're going to keep them under 260, but 10 off the next 2.
The 6th double figure over of the innings.
Crucial. Could be so crucial.
2 more balls.
Better.
Hasn't got that one away.
Got the Yorker in. Do that again. And he'd probably settle for 10 off the last one if he can bowl another dot now, I think.
Last ball then of the Surrey innings, assuming it's not a wide or a no ball. They have bowled 7 wides and a no ball, Worcestershire, so that's been a little untidy. And the free hit was hit for 4, so it's a costly no ball.
Well bowled.
Yeah, good finish. They'll get 1. They won't even bother looking for the second because it's definitely not there. 266 for 6. They got 11 off the final over. Worcestershire will be chasing around about 267. It might, someone has done the calculation already, I no doubt, but it will might be adjusted very slightly. But 266 for 6. Surrey, 60 from Gus Atkinson, the top score. Barnwell finishes 21 not out. Grantler 40 not out. And 43 each for Rory Burns and Josh Blake. For Worcestershire, Tom Taylor, 2 for 59 off 10. Kuram Shazad, 2 for 46 off 10. Anna Finchball, 6 overs for 29. Ben Gibbon, 1 for 49 off 10. Matter Singh, 10 overs, 1 for 54. Brett D'Oliveira 3 overs for 23. So D'Oliveira took a little bit of tap, although was unlucky. It was quite a couple of missed time shots going to the boundary, but other than that, the bowlers all kept it reasonably under control, Frank.
Yeah, I absolutely. And you look down that scorecard, lots of players got in, lots of players made more than starts, really. Only Atkinson went past 50, but it's good scoring down the card, isn't it? 43, 36, 43, 60, 40, 21. It's a good score. Whether they will feel, only being 6 down, that they missed out on those really big overs that you were talking about, remains to be seen. We think it will be probably, they made 266 for 6. I think it's probably going to be about 269 to win or something like that.
8 or 9, yeah.
We remain to be told that by the umpires. What we do know is that we'll be having a break for about half an hour. There won't be any further interruptions because the weather's set fair, and when we come back, Worcestershire will be attempting to get that score to win the game, but they've already qualified for the quarter-final. Surrey can't qualify, so it's all a bit academic, and if Gloucestershire win their game against Hampshire, it's all very academic because Worcestershire know that they'll finish second in the group and they'll be here on Thursday.
Just to say, Hampshire did fight back a little bit at the end of the innings. Gloucestershire made 313 for 7 in their 49 overs, so it's going to be a big target, but not necessarily a impossible one for Hampshire.
Anyway, thanks for being with us. I hope you've enjoyed our coverage. Quiz question, final reading of it before we give the answer after the break. Worcestershire against Surrey. Surrey against Worcestershire at the Oval. 1930 championship game. In the first innings, Sir Jack Hobbs, the master, the great Sir Jack Hobbs, was out for 66. But why was that wicket so significant from a Worcestershire point of view? At Frank Watson 58 on X or Twitter. If you'd like to have a go, I'll give the answer early in the next innings. We'll be back at around about 6 or 7 minutes past 3. Good afternoon and welcome back to Visit Worcestershire New Road, where Worcestershire are about to begin their attempt to make 267 runs to win this game against Surrey. That total having not been adjusted by the umpires after Surrey made 266 for 6 in 49 overs. So Worcestershire will have 49 overs to make these runs, and they are out there now, the two openers, Dan Latigan and Brett D'Oliveira, and to open the bowling for Surrey it is none other than England's Gus Atkinson, who is in from the New Road end and bowls his first ball to Latigan, and he turns it on the leg side. So quite a baptism for Dan Latigan, just his fourth game. In fact, it might only be his third. Third game, and he is facing one of the leading fast bowlers in the country, and a man who has genuine pace. Atkinson in bowls, and Latigan gets his first run, just steering this one down to third man off the face of the bat, and through they go. So Worcestershire 1 without loss early today. Surrey, if you're just joining us, Adam Thomas made 2, Ben Folkes 6, Rory Burns 43, Ollie Sykes 36, Josh Blake 43. This man Gus Atkinson top scored with 60. Garantia 40 not out, and Barnwell 21 not out.
You were right first time, actually, Frank. It is his fourth game.
His fourth game.
34 is his lowest score,
yeah.
46 is highest.
There's Atkinson into D'Oliveira, who lifts his bat well clear of that and lets it through outside the off stump to the wicket keeper Josh Blake. First time I've ever seen Ben Folkes field, I think. And not out there with the gloves on. Just trying to see where he is. He's at mid-on. He's at mid-on, yeah. Always like to see a keeper in the field. Used to love it occasionally myself when I got the gloves off and had a run around. Another one left alone outside the off stump.
It's a sort of target that does allow Worcestershire to potentially pace themselves.
Yeah. Oh, that's a beauty from Atkinson. That's absolutely spot on. Just outside off, made him play. Little bit of away movement. Not a lot Brett D'Oliveira could do with that. It's a real beauty. Oh, goodness me, Clive. That was an absolute snorter. An absolute leg cutter. Superb delivery. And that is a good over from Gus Atkinson to start off with. It was honestly that fifth delivery, it was the best thing you can do is miss it, I would say. It was a Sachin Tendulkar might have nicked it, but it was pitched off, had to play it, seamed away, high pace, near to unplayable as you can get, I think.
James Taylor, so some experienced bowlers opening the bowling. James Taylor, brother of Tom. The Worcestershire side. Bowling from the Digler's head. Bowling to Daniel Latigan. of Derbyshire. He comes around the wicket. Oh, it's a good shot from Latigan. First boundary of the Worcestershire innings.
They don't look like brothers, do they?
No.
Tom with his sort of lightish reddish hair and James darker curly hair.
Another one. Well over pitched.
One short, one half volley.
Yeah.
As I often say about Ethan Brooks and Henry Brooks, the brothers, James Taylor and Tom Taylor, I bet there wasn't much grass on the lawn in their back garden. Must have played a fair bit of cricket.
Well, the Currans must have gone through their garden there.
More bold, better. Right, the quiz. Answer. Say I'll give it early in the afternoon session. Didn't have any more applicants, any more entries, so I asked when Worcestershire played Surrey at the Oval in the Championship 1930 and Jack Hobbs was out in the first innings, what was really significant about the wicket, and from a Worcestershire point of view, I'll give the answer after this ball from Taylor. And at a dot, the answer was, it was the debut and first ever wicket for Reg Perks, who went on to take 2,000 plus wickets for Worcestershire and remains their highest ever first class wicket taker, and that's unlikely to ever change. So Reg Perks, his first ever wicket, not a bad one, was Sir Jack Hobbs at the Oval in 1930. Shot from Latigan, he'll keep the strike. No, he won't, it's only the fifth ball. He's gone into double figures. Adrian Ashton says, did Jim Coombs play for both counties? No, he didn't. Played for Warwickshire and Worcestershire and Lancashire, I think. He played for Lancashire? He went to be chief executive of Lancashire. Yeah. Played against Norwich City in the League Cup final.
I do have to also mention he played for Tranmere Rovers and Heswell, which was my local team growing up.
Yeah. I didn't know that. Yeah. Wow, I did not know that. My dad was on the Wirral for the last 10-15 years of his life.
Okay.
He was a parish priest. And Tim Curtis's daughter lives on the Wirral now. Teaches on the Wirral now. Diver drives this one. It's fielded in the gully, and there's no run. End of the second over. 10 without loss. Worcestershire. Remember, they need 267 to win.
So 9 off that over. We'll keep an eye on Gloucestershire. Hampshire have made a pretty good start, chasing 3-14 to win. They are 23 without loss. It is still possible if Hampshire win that and Worcestershire win here. And Worcestershire will find themselves straight into the semi-finals on Sunday.
And as a bonus quiz, how about this? Name the most famous cricketer born in Heswell. And it's not Clive Eakin.
Yes, I know the answer to that, yeah. I did ask him about it once. He said no memories of it. He left when he was about 2 days old.
Yeah, indeed. Oh, that's a good one from Atkinson. It's all arm, isn't it, with Gus Atkinson? He sort of rocks up there, and then just that arm is so quick. Fizzes through past Latigan, that one. Bowls at proper pace, does Gus Atkinson. It's good delivery again. Just hits the seam again.
Bit of cloud cover again. Intermittent. Oh,
again, he's done him for pace, hasn't he? There, really. Latigan looking to turn it on the leg side, and it hit him before he knew much about it.
Yeah, that brief rain break came in the 11th over the first innings, and the word is that because it came so early in the innings, it didn't have any impact on the Duckworth-Lewis stern calculation. The same happened actually at Gloucestershire with the interruption even earlier, also lost an over, but no change to the target.
Bit of movement into the left-hander for Atkinson. Latigan's had enough, and I'm impressed with that from the young man. He's obviously well aware of Atkinson's capabilities, and I wouldn't say it's any kind of disrespect, but he knows that if he allows Atkinson to just bowl at him, he'll just be like a sitting duck, and he's been made to struggle a couple of times, so he thinks, well, I've got to give the bowler something to think about. So he uses his feet and chances his arm a little bit and gets a boundary. Doesn't have much effect on Atkinson because his next ball is bang on, but Latigan is not allowing himself to be dictated to too much. Just that usual thing that you see boxers do, just gives himself a little jump and a jiggle and a sort of a bounce up and down on either foot as he waits between deliveries. The tall left-hander. I think, Clive, I'm not wishing to do the usual, that one or two Worcestershire followers are quite excited about Dan Latigan.
Yeah, no, he looks the part. We were discussing the last match, weren't we? He looks very confident, even though apparently he gets quite nervous. He does look to have.
Yeah. Well, sorry.
I was just going to say, one scoring shot that over, so fourth the over.
Yeah, he's a good fielder. We've seen that. He appears to have a good temperament. He's big and strong, and he seems quite sort of measured and poised at the crease. I just think he's the sort of young player that people get excited about. You don't need to get too excited, you don't need to get too carried away, but you can just have high hopes. And Worcestershire are kind of waiting for the next generation, aren't they, to come through, having lost so many players to other counties. Kind of looking for the next one that they think might be, a proper top order batter coming through, and Dan Latigan has appeared, and the early signs are good.
D'Oliveira has faced 6 balls without scoring so far. Of course, he's in some form, scored 107 against Leicestershire, his second century of the competition. Also got 150. Oh.
That one that occasionally just stops a little bit in the pitch. And lest we sound a little bit one-eyed here, and I hate that. I like to pay attention to both counties in these games and draw attention to the qualities of both sides. We saw some young Surrey players perform pretty capably out there today as well, didn't we? Ollie Sykes, captaining the side, obviously not such a youngster, but leading the side, played pretty well. Josh Blake, I thought, played well for his 43, and Nikhil Garantha as well. Quite tidy at the end. So this competition, as it has for the last couple of years, giving a bit of a platform for some less well-known players, developing players, to come through. We've got Ralphie Albert, who's in this game. Ralphie Albert, who we'll probably see bowling as well later on today. I saw him earlier this season here for England under 19s against India. It's good to see
Yeah, and they just came good in the competition just a little too late. They've won the last 2 matches, and they were basically 1 win away from still being in contention coming into this last game. If they'd managed 4 wins instead of 3, they would still have been in contention, but didn't start terribly well. And of course,
well, I say this with no inside knowledge whatsoever, but you know the way things work at the Oval, that there'll be a fair amount of thought and planning gone into who plays in this competition and who doesn't.
Yeah. And of course, they have the championship to chase yet again. Chance to win it for Hudness.
Maiden over from James Taylor. The last ball by Dora squeezed onto his foot by D'Oliveira. Always annoying and painful when you do that. But a maiden over it was after his first one had gone for 10.
2 maidens during the Surrey innings. It's a cautious start from Worcestershire, notwithstanding a couple of attacking shots from Latigan.
And it is Latigan on strike as Atkinson comes in again. A characteristic that I've already picked up of Latigan is that little dab down on the offside there. Plays it quite late. Just pushed out on the offside. Goes for his little walk. Comes back in. Probably does his little bounce. There we go. He's got the old pre-shot routine of a golfer, hasn't he? Plays the ball. Goes for a little walk. Comes back in. Does his little dance. Back transfers his weight from one foot to the other a few times and then settles. Atkinson is into him. Bowls down the leg side and evades the diving Josh Blake. He did get a hand on it. It's a wide called. And they ran as well, so 2 will go on to the total. And D'Oliveira, who was on the wrong end of the best ball of the day, if you ask me, earlier on from Gus Atkinson. Pitched off and left him, and he did well not to nick it. The right-hander probably a little bit more in the firing line as far as Atkinson's concerned, with his movement away from the bat. D'Oliveira on the back foot to this one. The other thing is with Atkinson, you just don't know quite how much he'll slip himself, do you, Clive, in a game like this? Wouldn't have thought he'll be risking injury.
No.
Might just bowl, but then Gus Atkinson can bowl within himself and still get up to high speed, so can't be too relaxed. D'Oliveira pushes up to mid-off and takes a single.
Yes, he's just had 100 games in which he bowled 10 balls since the last Test match. Test match against India. He took a fifer in the first innings. Apart from that brief 100 flirtation, he hasn't played since.
Hasn't played a lot of cricket this year then, I would have thought. Oh, it's a good one. And whether you think it's agreeable or not, the old argument about overplaying and the PCA wanting players to play less and England hierarchy insisting on players being rested and then people saying, well, hang on, you can't play that much when you only bowl 20 balls in a 100 game. If you only play that for a month, you're not going to be overworked. Regardless of all of that, I think. one thing that we can perhaps all get behind. Oh, that was gorgeous, wasn't it? Absolutely beautiful. Half volley outside off stump, and Latigan just leaned into it and eased it through the covers. A lovely, lovely shot to end the over.
Needed to hold the pose a bit longer there.
Yeah, it did. What I was going to say is, one thing we can all agree on is that we want to see our best fast bowlers stay fit. Whether that's Jofra Archer or Mark Wood or whoever it is, we want to see our best fast bowlers stay fit. And I put Gus Atkinson into that category. It's a thrill to watch these guys when they are fit and firing. And you want to keep them fit.
It does seem remarkably hard to do these days, doesn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. I think it is. I think it takes a lot out of a body, bowling fast. That's a lovely shot too, isn't it? Half volley, Oliveira. Beautiful shot. His first boundary. He goes to 5. 25 without loss in the 6th. It takes an awful lot out of a body bowling quick. There's been calculations done about the number of tons of shock that goes through the body as that left foot, that front foot, left if you're a right armer, comes down and hits the deck. It's not a natural thing to do. We're on the walk this time, taken on the pad. And you know, I know from my own experience of coaching that young players get injuries and side strains and back strains, and it is difficult for a fast bowler who is regularly putting his body through it to stay fit. And I know we argue that people stayed fit in the past and they bowled more overs and everything else, and there have always been some bowlers that are more injury prone than others, but it's great when you see them firing, isn't it?
It is, absolutely. Nothing more exciting. Just a single there for Oliveira. I have to say, things are changing a little bit in terms of how much is riding on this match, because it didn't look as if Gloucestershire were in control against Hampshire, but Hampshire, chasing 314 to win, are 62 without loss after 6 overs.
It's a long way to go.
It is a long way to go, but it's a massive start.
Good start.
Nick Gubbins in there. Just a reminder, if Hampshire win and Worcestershire win, then Worcestershire will top the group and go straight through to home semi-final. But if Hampshire win and Worcestershire lose, then Worcestershire will be 3rd and will be away in the playoffs. Don't ask me who to, because that's very complicated in the other group.
Clive and I have currently got 8 separate train tickets reserved.
So it's still important from Worcestershire's point of view to try and win this.
Absolutely, absolutely. Oh, Taylor to Latigan, flicks the pad on the way through. An appeal for LBW from Josh Blake, but he wasn't convinced. We saw one a bit like that in the Worcestershire innings, in the Surrey innings, when Henry Cullen took a catch and went up, but kind of can tell, can't you, that he's not quite believing in the appeal. And
yes, wicket-keeper like
very similar that one, wasn't it?
Yeah,
very similar. Bowler wasn't too bothered, was he?
no.
Cut him in half, I think, is what they say. Flick the pad on the way through. Nice shot from Latigan, very nicely fielded at backward point by Adam Thomas. Or is it Ollie Sykes? Adam Thomas it was, diving to his right. Good work. 26 without loss at the end of the over. 5 runs came from it. And Worcestershire tidy enough at this stage as they pursue 267 to win.
Yeah, similar scoring rate to that which Surrey started with, but Surrey did lose a wicket in the 5th over. So it's a decent enough start. Worcestershire, particularly with Gus Atkinson bowling at one end. They survived him so far. Here he is with his 4th over. Hello. That's going to just bounce twice before, 3 times before going over the ropes. 4 runs.
Short to D'Oliveira and pulled away, so successive boundaries because his last ball in his previous over went for 4. My immediate reaction to that delivery, Clive, is watch out, because that was short but it wasn't quick, and I just wonder whether it might be, you know, the slow bouncer followed by the quick bouncer. But D'Oliveira will be well aware of that danger, I'm sure, as this one is steered down to third man for 4 more. So 3 successive boundaries off the bowling of Gus Atkinson. And Worcestershire getting a bit of a wriggle on here, 34 without loss in the 6th. D'Oliveira, that was probably the best timed shot he's played, that one. Just punched away, and even though the fielder down there didn't have far to go, he was never going to cut it off.
Another one.
Wow.
Nearly a catch.
Over the top of the fielder, Adam Thomas at cover. But that's 16 off 4 deliveries from Gus Atkinson, if my calculations are anything to go by. And I think, yeah, it was. Latigan hit the last ball of his previous over for 4. So 4 consecutive boundaries from Atkinson. Don't get out now. Oh, it's going to be 5.
Yeah.
Goodness gracious me. So 4 in 4 for D'Oliveira in this over. Worcestershire racing along. 42 without loss. And only 1 of those shots risky. The over is 1. You do not need to do anything heroic now.
So I remember listening to the Leicestershire game when Leicestershire hit, well, but 2 bowlers, they hit 5 4s in a row early in their innings. The game on Sunday.
And D'Oliveira unable to match that as he mistimes this drive, and it goes up to mid-off. But a good good over. Just keep this one out, and they've seen off 4 overs from Atkinson. He's bowled a couple of absolute snorters. He's also been a tiny bit expensive. 28 so far off his bowling. Make that 29 as D'Oliveira just steers this one down to third. So 43 without loss, 17 coming off that over.
Which is the most productive over for either team in the game. The best that Surrey managed was 13, which they did twice, in the 3rd and 35th overs. So Worcestershire getting the big over early on that Surrey lacked. Just felt that with Surrey, that was just the one thing.
Yeah.
Because they've just got one sort of 18-20 run over.
Yeah, they might have got that 300 that we were talking about.
Just never quite managed it. So we tail it to looking in good nick, D'Oliveira. Decent ball from Taylor. Some good foundations for Worcestershire. Lost just 1 game in the competition this season. That was here against Gloucestershire. Had the tie against Notts, which went down to the last ball. Won all the other games. Been an impressive tournament so far for Worcestershire. And they will get not quite, there will be 4. No, it shouldn't have been. Managed to pick that up. The fielder got there.
Atkinson.
Gus Atkinson, and forgot to pick it up. Welcome back to county cricket, Gus Atkinson. Batted well, of course. Let's not forget that. Scored 60.
Did bat well, didn't he? Not so good against the spin today. Ooh,
So a lovely drive. Here's a player in form. That's a 50 up already.
That was a beautiful shot, wasn't it? From Brett D'Oliveira. I mean, it was a half volley and it got what it deserved, but it was just the execution of it was absolutely glorious, wasn't it? Just glorious. You really could put that on a training video. That one, how to play the cover drive. Let the ball come, ease into it, under your eyes. Beautifully played.
50 and just 45 balls. Also the 50 partnership, of course, took 59 balls for Surrey to get their first 50. That'll be one more. Dear, poor old Sanderson now getting the ironic cheers.
Well, he slipped as well, didn't he? He got two, actually.
Oh, that's wild throws. Conceded an extra run.
Not good cricket at all.
D'Oliveira went for the extra run very early. Latigan eventually responded.
He's in the mood, isn't he? I think.
Yes. Actually, the other way around. Sorry, Latigan it was who turned and went and raced for the second, and D'Oliveira spotted it just in time to.
Well, Latigan was run out, wasn't he, in one game? Latigan, rather unfortunately.
Jake Libby was at the other end, wasn't he?
Yeah. Bit of a waste. It's a good start. Long way to go. 4 more.
Another productive over. 14 off at 31 off the last 2 overs.
I think I'm right in saying that Brett D'Oliveira has changed his bat sponsor in recent weeks, and I'm not exactly sure who he's changed to. I did see a little video about it, but whoever it is, he's got a good one, I reckon. He's got a good one. That one, that last one, I mean that cover drive as well, just sounded perfect, didn't it?
Hampshire are now 92 without loss after 9 overs.
Wow, that is a good start.
Nick Gubbins 46 off 28, Ali Orr 43 off 26.
Both dangerous players. Both dangerous players.
Atkinson continuing.
Flashing drive from Latigan, thick outside edge. Brings a single. D'Oliveira 37 off 28. And he started quite circumspectly, didn't he? I don't think he scored many of his first sort of 8 or 10 deliveries. Absolutely gone to town since that little burst of boundaries. He didn't score off the first 11 deliveries that he faced.
No.
So he scored 37 off 18 since then, which is mad, isn't it, in this format? Ooh, goodness me. I was going to say, but he won't be scoring any more, but he's actually got away with that. Absolute ripper from Atkinson. Flicked the pad as it went through. Too high, I think, for an LBW. Taken by the keeper. That was quick. Wow, that was a good delivery. There was a real nip off the pitch and bounce and pace. Flicked the top of the pad on the way through. Seems odd, doesn't it, when he's gone for 30? To say that he's the biggest threat. D'Oliveira doesn't time this one, looking to drive it away on the offside. I think his pride's probably a little bit
He doesn't look
damaged.
too happy, yeah.
Yeah.
A couple of little field errors for which he took a bit of stick from the crowd inevitably.
Great leveller, the game of cricket. Yes. Great leveller.
Play straight to point, no run. Played 11 ODIs, Gus Atkinson, along with his 13 Test matches.
I must say he's one of the most attractive cricketers around at the moment, isn't he? Because whatever he does it full pelt, doesn't he? If you know what I mean. He's not a slogger though, is he, when he bats? He's a proper batter. And that was a much better over, in fact.
Just one off it. And pretty close to getting a wicket. Not to be 58 without loss. Worcestershire still in a good position, chasing 2, 6, 7 in 49 overs to win.
Latigan. I seem to have forgotten all about him in the last few minutes.
Yes.
That's that shot I was saying is characteristic. He just sort of shuffles across and drops it down on the offside. He was on 18 when D'Oliveira was on about 2, I think. He's now on 19. D'Oliveira was on 37, where he has dominated the strike in the last 4 or 5 overs. Brett D'Oliveira. 37, 8 fours in that. This time was this one.
Daniel Latigan, who, of course, as we've been saying, is currently an overseas player. I think I'd actually just say it may take 3 years to get him English qualified.
I thought it was just one.
Well, I thought
I think he's
you
got a
might be
3-year
right,
contract.
but
he will be overseas for 1 year, is what I've
okay.
been led to believe. And then after that 1 year, he will qualify. I'll try and check if I can. Could be 4.
Still just 19 years of age as well, South African born. Dot ball there to point. Doing his trademark bouncing up and down, Latigan waiting for the next ball. the wicket, and that's gone right through the wicket keeper. And it's Ben Folkes chasing it, can't get to it. So a streaky boundary, but a boundary nonetheless for Latigan. And 8 off that over to 4. So the first 10 overs yielding 66 runs. The second set of 4 yielding 45.
Won the power play today.
Yes, which is a bit of a worry because every result has gone against the power play. I know the power play didn't change, by the way. It was a full 10 overs despite being a 49 over innings.
Nathan Barnwell coming on at the New Road end, at the end of the power play.
Sorry, we're 50 for 2 at the end of 10 overs. So Worcestershire should do what they haven't done yet this season, win the power play and then go on to win the game. The only other power play they won, they went on to lose the match.
As far as I can see on the Worcestershire website, Daniel Latigan has been signed on a 3-year contract and will be one of the club's overseas players. What I heard and read, I think, somewhere was that he will be overseas for 1 more year and then he'll be qualified. But have you heard otherwise?
Well, I thought I did. I might have misheard. I mean, maybe they don't know, because I know with the situation of Michael Booth, that Warwickshire's been a little bit fluid in terms of how long he has to. So if he is now in his final year before he qualifies as English.
Oliveira slices a drive away to backward point and get 2. It's well fielded out there by Adam Thomas, who's very quick across the ground. Worcestershire now have given themselves an ideal base, haven't they? What they don't want to do is lose 2 quick wickets and have 2 new batters at the crease. Want to make sure that one of these 2 stays in until somebody else gets in and keep the continuity going through the innings. Good shot for 1.
Yes, that's what Leicestershire did on Sunday, wasn't it? I think they got to the stage where they were probably favourites.
Yeah.
With a big partnership with them, both batters out in quick succession.
Yeah, exactly. And we actually saw today when Blake and Sykes got together that they had to restart and just took. There was that little period, wasn't there, where they scored sort of 3-4 and over for about 6 or 7 overs, wasn't it? 3-4-2-1 maiden from 13 to 17. You want to avoid that kind of disruption if you can. Thick inside edge from Latigan. Brings 2 because of a misfield by the aforementioned Adam Thomas. Good running. I like the look of Nathan Barnwell though. First few deliveries he's bowled. Gets in well, doesn't he? Nice fluent approach. Decent action. Looks well built, fast bowler. Haven't seen him bowl before.
He's 22 years old. Come to the ranks at Surrey.
Oh, that's a cracking shot by Latigan. He just walked down the pitch and struck this over long on for 6. Beautiful shot. He's asserting himself. You can see what he's trying to do. He's trying to assert himself on the bowling early on in the bowler's spell, and he's done that, Dan Latigan, having been becalmed on 18 for a while. Is now raced on to 35 from 29.
His sixth of the competition.
You can see why people are quite excited.
Yeah.
Well bowled though in response. End of the over. 11 from it.
Already third double figure over of the innings. And Worcestershire at the moment in a good position. Long way to go, of course, but in a good position at the moment. Hampshire have lost their first wicket, but they made a heck of a start. 115 for 1 in the 13th over, chasing 314 to beat Gloucestershire. It's Ali Orr that's out, but Nick Gubbin is still there. So that affects the final placings here. Could affect the final qualifying place, not involving Worcestershire, but if Hampshire were to lose that game, then Essex would have a way in potentially. They made 366 for 6 in the end against Derbyshire. Derbyshire, though, have started pretty well, 99 for 1 in the 15th. So we're getting a bowling change. We might get a bit of spin. Wicketkeeper standing up. As Yusuf Majid comes into the bowling attack. "21-year-old, former England under-19s player. It's his 27th List A match, so for such a young player, he's played quite a few games in this format. Little short with his first delivery though, and that will be 1 run for D'Oliveira. He's played a few matches in the Blast for Surrey. Took 3 wickets 2 games ago against Derbyshire. Shuffling his field around. Field at the just back a square leg boundary. Out of the power play, of course, the 4 fielders allowed it on the boundary. Latigan can't quite find the gap there for a single. So back a square leg, the leg side and offside sweeper. And the other one is down long off. This time Latigan does manage to turn it around and get through for 1. Well, sweep slap comes off.
Doesn't play the reverse that often, Brett D'Oliveira. Got it beautifully fine there, no slip. Knew that if he got something on it, it was liable to bring runs. Score is ticking along.
Oh,
he's bowled him. He's bowled him. Just taking the top of off. Well bowled. Big wicket. Just what they needed. Just clipped the top of the off stump, I think, and past the outside edge. Might have just turned a little bit. No, actually, we got it wrong, but it might have turned a little bit. But, he showed him a lot of his stumps, Brett D'Oliveira. Beautiful innings, but it's come to a conclusion. The wicket that they needed. Brett D'Oliveira will look back on that. I think he was just be a bit annoyed with himself. I think he's in such great nick. And just a little bit loose, perhaps. You have a look at it, Clive, see what you think. He's almost given himself a bit of room outside leg stump, and then he's left a lot of the stumps to be hit, if you know what I mean. If he misses it, and pays the price. Great opening partnership for Worcestershire, though. First wicket eventually goes down in the 12th over.
Kashif Ali, the new batter in. Yeah, Brett D'Oliveira playing with confidence, but done there.
9 falls in that 45. So, as I said, what I don't want to do is get 2 new batsmen in at the same time. So Dan Latigan now, for me, just needs to make sure he keeps things pretty tight for the next 10-15 minutes while Kashif gets in. I wouldn't have thought there's any great alarm bells ringing out there. Stay calm. Keep at it.
They've got the required rate down to 5 and over now, so they've got time on their side.
Plenty of batting to come. Even without Brooks and Waite. Jones back in form. Cullen. Libby. Kashif forward to his first ball, end of the over. Successful one from Majid, well bowled. 83 for 1. Just going back to Latigan, who we were talking about before that over, 36. Not out, born in South Africa, as you said. Educated at Brighton College, down on the south coast, and kind of fell into Worcestershire's lap, really, because his parents, this is, as I understand it, if you're listening, Mr. and Mrs. Latigan, forgive me if I get it wrong, but parents had relocated to Worcestershire, and therefore Daniel came to live in this part of the world, I think, while he was still at school, and became associated with Worcestershire. Just a fortunate geographical accident, you could say. They could have got up, they could have gone and bought a house in the Lake District, Clive, and he might have been playing for Cumbria or something. But it's worked out well. Worcestershire have seen the potential and given him an early opportunity, and as I say, at the moment there's quite a lot of people that watch quite a lot of cricket here who are very, very excited about young Daniel Latigan's potential.
And he was nice and watched off that last ball by Barnwell. Well, we'll get a run there. So yeah, to get his maiden list A 50, he got that 42 not out in victory. As Derbyshire, he's had good scores without actually getting to a 50. Might be a wide, it is. Bouncing over head height.
Does it remind you of anybody, Latigan? The way that he plays? Does he put you in mind of anybody that you've watched at Edgbaston, perhaps?
No one particularly springs to mind.
Just reminds me a bit of Will Rhodes.
Okay, yeah.
And the way that he conducts himself at the crease. Alex Lees, maybe, that sort of big, tall, imposing left-hander. You get a lot of graceful left-handers, don't you? And a lot of, you know, small, sort of busy left-handers. But he just strikes. It's just one of those that kind of. It's the tall, long reach, calm, imposing sort of presence at the crease that puts me in mind of those two. Might be an obvious comparison, I don't know.
Let's play that one onto the leg side. So he's doing what we were asking. He's at the moment not being reckless, conscious of the wicket. Has just gone. That's well picked up by Ben Folkes. Saying it's strange you see him in the field, but good pick up there, restricting Latigan to 1. tidy over, 4 off it. 4 wicket has inevitably slowed the runner scoring down, but that won't worry Worcestershire too much. They're in a strong position at 87 for 1 after 13.
Yeah. Well, wickets inevitably, as we often say, slow the scoring rate down, but as long as you keep it ticking over, not too drastic. Majid to continue, having had a successful first over. Tall, angular left arm spinner.
Second pick up for Rory Burns, fielding at mid-wicket.
Short, that one. Pulled away for 1.
All change in the field for the right-hander, Kashif Ali. Kashif Ali, 1 century to his name. He started the competition very well with a century and an 80. He's got a little quieter since then.
Absolute nonsense on this. On the live chat, goodness me. That's pulled away by Cash. He didn't really get hold of it, did he? But going to pick up a couple. And that's the end of the over. 3 runs from it, 90 for 1 off 14. At a similar time, Surrey was 68 for 2. So if you look at Duckworth Lewis, it says 61. Worcestershire are well ahead of that, aren't they?
Probably needs 2 wickets to turn it around for Surrey.
Barnwell to continue from the New Road end of the ground.
Oh, top edge. It's going to go
all the way, I think,
4.
isn't it? 4. Surprised him a bit with the pace of that, I think. First one he's really banged in, broad-shouldered man. I'd say he's what you'd call fast medium, isn't he, rather than fast. But that one on Latigan a little bit quicker than he thought. Didn't get his arms away, he got a bit cramped up. And didn't get the arms fully extended as he played the pull shot. But top edge, safe enough. 94 for 1. That's a better shot, isn't it? That would be 4. This time it was more of a drag down than a real bouncer. He's rolled his wrists on it. Much more control in the gap between those 2 fielders. Successive boundaries. 98 for 1. Worcestershire flying along. Latigan now, Clive. He'd know what he needs to do. I'm sure he does get that first really significant score.
Yeah.
That's another cracking shot. And he's unlucky only to get one for that, courtesy of a good diving stop by Majid at backward point, but otherwise that was flying to the ropes as well. I think it's Garantler actually,
Yeah,
not Majid, I beg your pardon.
He's on a career best then, Latigan. Next
48.
target, his first half century. Fourth match, as we were saying earlier.
Single for Kashif. Brings up the 100.
Trying to make 88 balls. So the second 50 slightly quicker than the first 43 balls.
Lovely sunny afternoon now. And another lovely drive from the left-handed Latigan.
And the comparisons favouring Worcestershire took Surrey 138 balls to get to their 100, so 50 balls slower. Hampshire 146 for 1 off 18. So, there's a real possibility Worcestershire go straight to the semi-finals, possibly. No run there. The other group, it looks pretty certain the Somerset are going to qualify. A win should be enough for them, and they're 125 of that loss, chasing just 239 to beat Northants. Warwickshire going pretty well as well, 100 for 2. Chasing 278 to beat Sussex. Could be Middlesex that miss out there, 65 for 2. Applying to Lancashire's 291 for 8. Much more calculating to do in the other group, this group. Very grateful to Worcestershire for getting that tie, Frank, because it has meant net run rate just not come into the equation. It is a pain working that out. So.
He's Majid again, round the wicket from the Diglis end to Latigan. Quite quick, Latigan just whips it on the leg side. One more for his first list day 50. And then he can remark his guard. There's Majid once more. Bowls. And there it is. Touch along on. And that is a popular innings for the 19-year-old. Warmly applauded by most of the folk in this ground who are hoping they will watch many, many more significant innings from this young man. 44 balls, 8 fours and a 6, 102 for 1. I'm impressed with Majid so far. He's bowled quite quickly, but he's bowled with good control. He's dragged a couple down, but generally his line and length have been very, very good.
Another dot ball. As Kashif plays a shot to his opposite number 27. Sorry, that's 37 out there. 17, I'll get it right eventually. I knew there was a 7 there. Of course it's Rory Burns, of course it is.
Kept wicket here in the championship, Rory Burns, you know.
Did he?
First time he kept wicket in a championship game for 10 years. Did a good job. Surrey, you can't play for Surrey if you can't keep with.
No, that's right. Yeah. It's going to be a tight two.
Good, he nearly
Goodness.
ran himself out there, Latigan. Direct hit, I reckon he might have gone.
Yeah.
They got 2 anyway. End of the over. 3 off it, 104 for 1. Yeah, we've got Rory Burns, Ollie Pope, Jamie Smith, Ben Folkes,
yeah.
Josh Blake. Unbelievable. How many keepers? Changing the bowling. I think we're going to have spin at both ends. That's Ollie Sykes.
Our captain bringing himself on. Basis, if you want a job done properly, do it yourself.
Single off the first ball.
So he bowled in 3 of the previous 7 matches.
Nicely pulled away that one by Kashif. Just milking him at the moment, aren't they? Just picking up 4 or 5 and over. As you can when the field is spread.
Yes, the required rate. Considerably less than a run of ball, so singles are fine for Worcestershire.
Absolutely.
Get another one there.
Thinking about Latigan having been run out. I mean, the one time we thought it was probably down to Libby or a misunderstanding with Libby, but he's been involved in a few close calls. I just think when a player moves up a level, as that over ends with 6 having come from it, when a player moves up a level, it takes a while to appreciate that the fielding at the higher level is better, even than second team cricket or, you know, the league cricket that Latigan's been playing or whatever. It takes a while to realise that, and therefore you have to just make adjustments about when you can come back for 2 and when you can't, and so on. And I think he's just still perhaps in that period of time, period of adjustment really, and then when he does, he'll be less prone to the odd hiccup. Kashif goes huge on the leg side, all the way for 6, over mid wicket, in the slot. First one he's really floated up there, I would say, and Kashif needs no second invitation. Good shot, beautifully timed, effortless really, wasn't it?
Was floated away. It's
Jamie Sykes has got a bit of a headache at the moment, I think.
yeah, he's 7th, 6th of the competition. Kashif Ali.
Got away with that one, Majid. He's overcorrected, bit short. Kashif just lost his balance, fell off it a bit. Straight to Rory Burns at extra. better. Kept his balance.
Good decisive running from Latigan that time.
Alex Stewart just walking around in front of
Yes.
us. He looks pretty well, doesn't he? Coming to speak to the Worcestershire Cricket Society
Is
this
he? Oh,
winter.
he's always worth this year's interview.
First speaker of the winter.
I've had the good fortune to interview him a few times. Always fascinating to talk to. Honest with his
Four.
opinions.
Beautiful shot. Just give him a bit of room. Just leans back and slices that down to third man. A back cut, as they used to call that many years ago. Very well executed by Kashif, who's moved on to 21 off 20.
No.
12 off this over so far. That'll be 13. In fact, it'll be 14 as they come back for 2 as Barnwell fields. So good over for Worcestershire, 124 for 1 at the end of it, off 18 overs. The target, remember, is 267, so they need another 143 to win. Just over 4.5 and over, very nicely placed at a similar stage. Surrey was 74 for 3, so you can see why Worcestershire are, as far as Duckworth Lewis is concerned, a long way ahead. Meanwhile, Clive, in the Gloucestershire game.
In the Gloucester game, Hampshire have lost Nick Gubbins. 76 off 60 balls. That's a single there, so they are 161 for 2 in the 21st. They have got the required rate down to less than 5.5 and over, chasing 314 to win.
So it's game on.
It's game on, and if they win, and Worcestershire also win,
We've got a day off on Thursday.
Thursday in a home semi-final. We won't know who until after Thursday.
That's beautiful.
Here.
Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful shot from Kashif Ali. Eased over long off for 6, Clive. Can't say any more than that. It was effortless.
I'm a little disappointed that no one's hit one of the balloons yet, though.
Yeah. Well, they're not very big, are they? Do you remember those eggs at
Yes,
Hove?
I do.
Yeah.
You got some money, didn't you, if you managed to...
They were bigger, though. They were.
Yeah, you have more chance there.
Oh, there's more runs, another boundary. Runs coming thick and fast now for the pairs. Absolutely cruising along, these two. 50 partnership is up in just 7 overs. Latigan needs now to say to himself, you know, all I've got to do here is play and I can get myself an unbeaten 100. That is the way that an experienced run getter would be thinking, I think. There's always an element of selfishness. I mean, you've got to play for the team, but, you know, no reason why we can't win this game and I can get myself an unbeaten 100 here. 110 not out. It'd be lovely, wouldn't it?
It would.
And he won't get it because he just played across one. Quicker delivery. Just when you don't think you're going to see a wicket, you get one, don't you? And Sykes has struck him. Latigan, I think he'd be really annoyed with himself there. And it's probably the next stage in his development that's got to come. He's just played across a straight one, looking to whip it through mid-wicket. Beautiful innings from a young man from whom we'll see a great deal more, but he will be kicking himself all the way back to Kidderminster tonight because he had a chance, I think, of getting something really significant, and a lapse of concentration has brought about his downfall. He's swooping up, and here's the applause for it. 54 off 50 balls, 8 fours and a 6.
53 partnership. So well batted Latigan. But Wicket always brings the fielding team some hope.
Yeah, indeed. 12 off the over. 14 off the one before that. Could have blocked that ball and it wouldn't have mattered. But he will learn. Had he hit it for 4, none of us would have been saying anything critical. Well played, the young man. D'Oliveira out for 45, Latigan for 54, in keeping with what we've seen throughout the day. Thomas and Folkes failed for Surrey, but the rest of their card, 43, 36, 43, 60, 40 not out, 21 not out. It's not been a minefield, that's for sure. Kashif now on 34, Jake Libby in good form has come out to join him.
He has a rare failure in the last match, but here's the non-striker's end, of course, because it was the end of the over. He is Worcestershire's top run scorer in this competition going into this game. D'Oliveira will have overtaken him though. There's no run there. Single there. D'Oliveira reached 403 during the course of his innings, so not that I'm sure he's thinking about it very much, but Libby needs 32 to remain Worcestershire's top scorer in the competition. They're both quite high in the national rankings. They're 5th and 6th coming into this game. Ooh, that was in the air, but just short.
I think one of the things that's attractive about this competition, Clive, is that it's a little bit of a, dare I use the word throwback, in the sense that players, streaky 4 here, players like D'Oliveira and Libby, and there are many more like them around the country, they're no longer going to get anywhere near the international setup at the moment. I mean, a couple of years ago, Libby, you know, was a prolific run scorer in county cricket for 2 or 3 years running, but didn't get any kind of, was just never even mentioned in the conversation. And since Bazball came in, it's just not going to happen. You're not going to get picked for England if you play like that. And it's something, whereas these players can shine, can't they? They can be the lead, and the big guns are away for whatever reason, and these guys can shine. And I think it's quite refreshing, really. It must be quite nice for them to be the sort of headline grabbers. And Jake Libby is a run machine, really, as far as Worcestershire are concerned, in all formats, and has been since he came. And he's recognised as that by county cricket fans and watchers and supporters, but the fraternity, as it were, but not often by national journalists, or you don't often get him mentioned on the news, do you?
No.
Because it's not that level of cricket. I think this competition is a throwback in that sense. This is an interesting move. Gus Atkinson back into the attack, bowling to Libby. His first spell was quite expensive, 5 overs for 30. Got a bit of stick from D'Oliveira in particular. 4 consecutive boundaries at one stage. But also bowled a couple of absolute trimmers. And there's every likelihood that he can come on here and do what he's been brought on to do, which is pick up another couple of wickets and try and get Surrey back into contention, because they're still quite a long way behind in terms of Duckworth-Lewis. Libby just takes a hand off the bat, gets a single here. So I think 2 overs, maybe 3 here from Atkinson to see if he can do what Taylor did when he was brought back by Libby, which was to pick up a wicket and disrupt things a little bit in the middle of the Surrey innings. Surrey 266 for 6 in 49 overs earlier today. Worcestershire needing 267 to win. Cashy throws the hands at this one outside the off stump and misses it. Good crowd now, I think. Not quite as big as last Friday, but nonetheless a decent 1,500 or so, probably.
Yeah.
I guess.
Say so.
And knowing that they might well have another game here on Thursday. Kashif gets lucky. An edge all along the ground. Pace of Atkinson means that it scoots through where slip would have been, all the way down to the Diglis end boundary for 4.
4 valuable runs nonetheless. Worcestershire still seeming to hold the cards here.
Yeah, I'd be disappointed if they don't win it from here. And then there'll just be all eyes on Bristol.
Bit of a breeze blowing across the ground. We can see the leaves of the trees blowing quite keenly. As I was saying earlier, no flag on the top of the cathedral, which always gives you a good guide.
Yeah. They had a reenactment this weekend, Clive.
Oh. That'll be a leg side wide.
Battle of Worcester reenactment.
Ah.
And the reenactors, or many of them, set themselves up in a camp down by the bridge at Powick, very close to where I live. So I saw them around, and for the last 2 afternoons went into my back garden, and it sounded like a war because there were cannon blasts going off left, right and centre for several hours yesterday.
Oh, did he get anything on that?
He did, I think.
Yeah.
Absolute rapid bouncer from Atkinson, swinging hook shot from Kashif, and he gets a fortunate boundary. 2 fortunate boundaries in that over. But at the end of it, Worcestershire 152 for 2. So going along very, very nicely indeed. 21 overs completed. 10 off that one. And yeah, I went for a curry on Saturday night. Clive down at a fairly local curry house near to where I live. Super meal, and half a dozen, if not 8 or 10 people in the restaurant, dressed in what I can only describe as Civil War attire. Extraordinary.
People are really quite dedicated to that.
They were living the dream, but eating a very different diet, I think.
Yeah.
This one from Majid is turned away on the leg side by Libby for a single. Yeah, it was quite an extraordinary sight as they ate their
I've witnessed them.
pickles.
In Ledbury, there's a big hill, big private hill there. I haven't done it for a while, but in the past I've done a few Civil War reenactments. They're quite impressive. $150 came in 126 balls, which means a third 50 took just 38 balls. They are at the moment in control.
That was a great shot from Kashif Ali for no runs. Good diving stop by Rory Burns in the covers, but beautifully struck by Kashif. he's champing at the bit here, Kashif. I think he's hit that one massive six. The wicket going down has maybe just made him sort of draw in his horns slightly, but I get the impression. Pushed out on the offside, well bowled. I think Majid probably senses it as well. He's hit a couple straight to the fielder. 3 consecutive dots. Something's going to give. Maybe not. Kashif just check drives out square on the offside for a single. Barnwell Fields. End of the over. Well bowled. Very well bowled by Majid. Just 2 runs coming from it. 154 for 2 at the end of it, which means Worcestershire need another 113 runs to win.
That was Albert bowling that last
I
over.
beg your pardon.
Yeah.
Beg your pardon.
So,
that was his first over.
yes. Well,
Left arm spinner replaces left arm spinner. Commentator was a
have we mentioned the?
We haven't.
Yeah.
I'll let you do it.
All right.
So it was Ralphie Albert replacing Majid, left arm spinner for left arm spinner, and he started very well.
This one is from Atkinson, played on onside, but grandson of Jimmy White.
Yeah, grandson of Jimmy White, the snooker player.
Just make you feel slightly. I'm glad he looks so young, actually, because when you start seeing grandsons of people, sort of your contemporaries.
He bowled well. I saw him. Again, absolutely no excuse for not recognising him. I saw him bowl here for England under-19s against India earlier this year, and he bowled very well. I'm trying to think of a reason why a snooker player's grandson would be good at cricket. I suppose he'd understand spin.
Yeah.
Probably one thing we can say.
It's the right colour ball in this format.
Yeah. A coincidence. But a nice start. He bowled very well. And settled in to a nice rhythm quite early on. Not an easy time to come on and bowl. Thrown in a bit at the deep end.
Oh.
Kashif slices a big drive at Atkinson down to third man, where the other left arm spinner Majid is the fielder. I think, being brought on when they need under 5 and over, just under 4.5 and over, really. Not the easiest situation in the world, but good chance for him to gain some experience under a bit of pressure. Kashif's raced on to 49. Libby looking to turn this on the leg side, taken on the pad, and it runs out for a leg by. So 49 off 41 for Kashif. He scored more quickly than, well, even than the Latigan and Oliveira, really.
Score, I hadn't spotted the leg by signal there. Saw it eventually. Well, the prospect of Worcestershire going straight through to the semi-finals is growing all the time here.
Ooh, Kashif done for pace there. Clothed it. Pull on the leg side. But it brings up his half century. Warmly applauded by the faithful here at New Road, and his captain Jake Libby comes down to give him a congratulatory glove punch. So 5 fours and 2 sixes, 42 deliveries for Kashif's 50.
Just over the halfway stage of their run chase, Hampshire 183 for 2. They need to score at 5.5 and over now to beat Gloucestershire.
Good pull shot from Libby, rolling his wrists. Yeah, it's beginning to look a possibility, isn't it? Or more than a possibility. End of the over. Libby's kept the strike. 4 runs from it. 158 for 2. Worcestershire at a similar stage. If you're interested, Surrey were 102. Worcestershire a long way ahead on the comparison. And Ralphie Albert to continue from the Diglis end. You let me go a whole over misidentifying the ball. It's very kind of
That's
you.
'cause I didn't
Because you
notice.
thought he's bound to notice in a minute.
That's a full toss, but only we might actually go for 4. Could have been stopped in the covers, it wasn't, and in the end he is harshly punished for the full toss. Ollie Sykes unable to cut that off.
Josh Burden's been in touch. He says about the Dan Latigan being an overseas. Same as Usama Mir, he said. I think they said he was an overseas for the first year, and after that he isn't. It is exactly right. That's what I thought as well. Some clarity would be good. Yeah, maybe. Maybe they're not aware that it hasn't been made clear.
Well, that might be the
I'll have
case.
a word with 1 or 2 people and see what I can find out. Anyway, he's made a very good impression so far. He says yes, and then John Hope blames me for Latigan getting out, because I was just saying how good he was. Well, it happens.
That doesn't make any difference.
It
what
doesn't make
happens
any
out there.
difference. Clive Eakin will tell you there is no such thing as commentators' curse. The other thing is, in my experience, I wouldn't say there's no such thing, but there's very rarely such a thing as a young batsman who doesn't make a mistake somewhere along the line as he grows. Some make fewer than others. Sachin Tendulkar hardly made any, but Dan Latigan will go away and reflect on that today, and I'm sure he'll come back a more mature batter every day.
Well, of course, you'll get at least 1 more game if selected, which I think he probably will be.
I would think
It's
so.
looking likely to be a semi-final, but if not, it will certainly be a playoff. And then we should see whether he features in the championship at all.
Yeah,
It's a single for Kashif.
I like that over from Ralphie Albert. Very nicely bowled indeed. Really good control. Puts quite a lot of revs on the ball, I think. Nice shape. But not getting a great deal of response from the pitch. 166 for 2 at the end of the over. So 8 runs coming from it. And here's Atkinson.
He's 8th over with Surrey desperately needing a wicket now. And they won't get one there. That's going to be, I think, leg buys. Or didn't know.
A bit of bat
Put a bit of bat on it. So 4 runs to Kashif.
They are flying along here, aren't they?
Yeah. So another boundary, it's in the air but safe. As if Worcestershire do get this home semi-final on Sunday, we won't know who they'll play until after Thursday's playoffs.
If they get there.
I did say if.
Yeah.
I did say if. Because, well, I suppose it must be a draw to who they play in the semi-finals, because you can't guarantee there won't be 2 teams from the same group that will get through the playoffs. Oh, 4 more. This time I think it is going to be leg buys. It is.
Sometimes you train.
Well, maybe Cashie's on the same train, was
Gus Atkinson.
Well, because his pace is.
Yeah.
If
helps,
he's just
doesn't
slightly
it?
wayward, then
Gone
it
for
helps.
50,
Yeah.
He's gone for 51 so far.
And
57.
6. Tried the bouncer. There is a fielder out there, but Kashi finally managed to clear him.
I don't think I can remember a run chase where the disparity between the total and Duckworth Lewis has been 75 runs.
Yeah.
It's amazing.
With that 6, Cashy Valley. Where is it? I think has become joint top 6 hitter for Worcestershire in the competition. He's equal Brett D'Oliveira's 9. 3 in this innings. Worcestershire are out-sixing their opponents, because they've now hit, I know you want to know this, Frank.
I do.
They've now hit, how many have we hit in this innings?
How do you know this?
I keep count of them. I'll top them up after every game.
That's very impressive.
So they've hit
and then you have them in a sort of notepad thing on your laptop. Very good.
They have hit 52 sixes, that's a 4. Yep, beat Sparmore, that's a 4. So they've hit 52 sixes and they have conceded just 37. So quite significantly out-sixing their opponents in this competition.
22 off that over from Gus Atkinson. That's the biggest over of the day, I think.
Probably needs a drink now. The drink's break.
Worcestershire are absolutely flying. They need 79 runs at 3.29 and over. They are absolutely cruising. And perhaps we're seeing, Clive, why Surrey have not had a good season in this competition, because they did okay with the bat, fell a bit short of where they probably should have been, but they just, I don't know, they just lacked a bit of something in the field, haven't they? They've lacked a bit of spark. There were some good deliveries early on from Atkinson, but I don't know, the body language and everything else just looks a bit flat, I think.
Yeah, it's obviously been difficult. Gus
Saving
Atkinson
themselves for the championship.
Yeah, absolutely. Gus Atkinson coming back hasn't quite gone to plan for him. Scores elsewhere, by the way. Hampshire's chances of qualifying are growing all the time, because not only are they doing well, but Derbyshire are making a real fist of chasing 367 to beat Essex. Derbyshire 212 for 1 after 30 overs. So they need to score nearly 8 and over. Matthew Montgomery is on 101 not out.
It's been a good signing, hasn't he?
Yes. So Essex needed to win that and hope that Hampshire lose for them to qualify, so it's not really going to plan at the moment for them. Other games with significance, Hampshire now 198 for 2. 28th over, need to score still at 5.3 and over to beat Gloucestershire. Who would have thought that when Gloucestershire won here, and they'd won every match, I think they won the next one as well, you're thinking, well, they're obviously going to top the group, but suddenly they look as if they might finish with 2 defeats. They'll still go through, but they could actually find themselves in 3rd place. I'm facing an away tie.
That would be amazing
in the playoffs. Yeah. Yorkshire looked likely to win the Northern Group, and seem to be in a good position. They made 301 for 9. Kent have only lost 2 wickets, but they're 137 for 2 in the 26th over. They need to score, well, just over 6.5 and over, so that game's not done and dusted by any means yet. But even if Yorkshire lose, they're still likely to win the group. Middlesex, who need to win to have a chance of qualifying, 107 for 4, chasing 292 to beat Lancashire after 24 overs. They're reasonably well placed. Somerset looks certain to win, which will probably put them through. 168 for 1, chasing 239 to beat Northants. And Warwickshire going well as well. So all 3 of the teams that were in the contested those last 2 qualifying places are at the moment looking as if they could well win. Middlesex perhaps the biggest doubt. So we'll go down to net run rate. It was Somerset and Warwickshire ahead of these games that had the best net run rates. Warwickshire 166 for 2, chasing 278 to beat Sussex. There you go. Ed Barnard, 82 not out.
Run machine. In this competition, well, in every competition, Ed Barnard, last 2 or 3 years, promising bowling all-rounder, you could say it 5 years ago, 6 years ago, 7 years ago, and became Worcestershire's best batsman probably before the move to Warwickshire, and has just grown and grown in influence and maturity. He's somebody at the beginning of his career. Ralphie Albert starts with a full toss, which Libby clips through mid-wicket for 4. You can't bowl a full toss to a player like Libby and he just tucks it away. He just minimum of fuss. Just all he had to do was miss mid-on and that was going to be a boundary. It really is at the moment a walk in the park for Worcestershire. Albert in again, bowls. Libby cuts. Going to be 2 more as Barnwell comes round to do the fielding. 194 for 2. Atkinson 8 overs, no maidens, no wicket for 61. Taylor 5 overs, no wicket for 36. Barnwell 3 overs, no wicket for 26. Majid 1 for 32 from 5. Sykes 1 for 18 from just 2. And Albert so far has conceded 16. Make that 18 as he cut away for 2 more by Libby. It's just too easy, isn't it? There's no pressure whatsoever on the batters out there at the moment.
I suppose there's an element of Surrey coming to the end of their competition.
Yeah.
They know they're out.
Yeah.
Maybe they just have had enough now.
Yeah.
Obviously, they're in a very strong position in the championship. Not all these players will be involved, but some will. And of course, a T20 Blast quarter-finals not far away now.
End of the over, reasonably well bowled apart from that full toss. Eight runs came from it, 196 for 2. At a similar point, Surrey were 125 for 3. Barnwell going to come back in to replace Atkinson. I think we've probably seen the end of Atkinson. Never know what can happen. Somebody gets a hat trick, it could suddenly disrupt this run chase. But at the moment, Worcestershire are cruising and they need 71 off 23 overs, 2 wickets down. And it could be, if they get the next 30 or 40 in reasonably short order, Clive, that it's over in a hurry, I think.
Yes. They'll get a little break then before the game on Sunday, assuming the Hampshire win, which of course is not done and dusted yet.
Yeah,
But
exactly.
it's a single there.
We'll have to wait and see, won't we?
We will. So for the poor old marketing people, even at the end of this game, they still won't immediately know when they're going to play their next home game. They will know they'll be at home, they just don't know when. I just went through the other group. Actually, Middlesex are struggling a little bit against Lancashire. It's looking like Somerset and Warwickshire are in the best positions to go through with Yorkshire at the moment. So quickly taken single. That's well run. A few pigeons enjoying a bit of early tea on the outfield. We should have benefited from a little bit of rain this morning, not a lot, a little bit, and then just a tiny bit during the course of the game. Whipped away for 1 by Kashi Valley. He's recaptured his early tournament form, started the tournament very strongly with a century against Notts and an 80 against Essex. Had a couple of 30s since then, but nothing of huge substance, so he's got that form back here.
not a lot of buzz out there.
No.
Not a lot of chirp, you might say. I think Surrey recognising their fate here. And indeed, the crowd fairly relaxed, not too tense. Quite still afternoon.
They resume their First Division County Championship program on Monday, the 8th of September. That's lobbed over the top. That's 2 more runs.
200 is up.
So they resume just under 2 weeks' time in the county championship. Surrey, they've got a game against Warwickshire, Worcestershire, playing Nottinghamshire here. Surrey at the moment have a 9-point lead at the top of the table over Notts. So that will be their focus. And they do have, as I mentioned, a quarter-final actually before then on Wednesday, the 3rd of September, so a week tomorrow. So Maggi comes back into the attack. That's lofted away.
A beautiful shot from Kashi, just for two. But well placed.
So yeah, Surrey are playing Northants a week tomorrow, actually, in the Oval in the last quarter-final. No run there. So right now, I guess this is pretty low on their priority list. The remainder of this game.
Yeah. Wow.
Lovely shot. For 4.
That's a great shot, wasn't it? It's just leaned back, opened up the offside, and knew exactly what he was doing. Glorious execution. Very, very fluent today, Kashif. The one player who's properly gone on to a significant score. Well, set 2, I suppose you could say. Atkinson. That's another lovely shot. He'll get 2 more, nicely fielded. They're cruising there, they really are. Oh, he's giving it away. He's given it away. Heaved it out on the leg side. One man out there on the boundary. Adam Thomas. Straight down his throat. And Kashif, having made 80, played beautifully, gives Majid his 2nd wicket. Lifting the ball away on the leg side. Caught just inside the rope. It's 209 for 3.
Yeah, shame it couldn't go on to 3 figures. But good innings from him nonetheless at 80. Take 2 or 3 more of those to put Worcestershire into any sort of jeopardy. There's 58 required.
And Rob Jones, the new batsman.
Cashy Valley faced 58 balls, 9 4s and 3 6s. He's 80. It's down to 73 for the third wicket.
So yeah, 58 required. 2.74 and over. If Kashif had stayed in, I would have reckoned be over in 10 overs. Might be a bit more with that wicket having fallen. Ethan Brooks isn't playing, so I'm going to say, Clive, new game. How many deliveries before Rob Jones plays a sweep? I say he'll play at first ball.
Okay, I was going to give him 8 balls.
It's been in good nick in the last couple of games, of course.
Heavily loading up the offside field here.
Yeah.
Close in.
Yeah. And behind square on the offside. Got a slip. 2 men saving 1. Short extra. Man on the drive. Here comes the sweep. Not this ball.
Well, the end of the over.
Not that ball. Let me down, Rob. End of the over. 28 overs gone. 209 for 3. The total 8 runs came from that over, but it also brought the wicket of Kashif Ali.
No sign of Hampshire letting up. They need 93 and 100 balls now.
Still 3 down?
2 down, yeah. So
Wow.
it really does look as if they're likely to win that game.
Yeah, it does.
Now things have changed. Final at Trent Bridge, remember, September the 20th.
Barnwell to bowl from the New Road end to Libby. Single off the first ball, clipped away on the leg side. I think that live stream's gone backwards a bit. I'm going to retune it. That's better. I'm not looking for the sweep now because obviously not facing the spinner, so it can't be.
Okay.
He's not going to.
You didn't say that, though.
Well, no,
You
I
just said
didn't.
how many balls.
I did. He's not going to sweep this. What were you saying about pedantic?
I said 8 balls. That could be about right.
One comment on the live stream that I've seen that is worth picking out for me. Nobody commented. Surely Jimmy White and Ralphie Albert must be the only grandfather and grandson simultaneously playing professional sport. Pulled away by Jones for a single. Yeah, I struggle to think of another one, really.
I don't know if any bowls players had grandsons or anything like that playing sport.
I don't know. But it's, yeah, probably the only ones, aren't they? Interesting. We had that conversation earlier this year about fathers and sons playing in the same team, and I recalled one, and I checked it, and it was right. I think it's the only occurrence I've ever heard of. Livy drives.
I know of one.
The two father and son playing football, professional football in the same team.
I know one.
Go on.
Which one have you got?
David Hurd and Alex Hurd.
Well, I witnessed Ian Bowyer, then player manager of Hereford United, playing alongside Gary.
Gary, right, okay. Well, I knew Ian, obviously. So I used to work for you as a reporter at Hereford United and got to know Ian pretty well back in the 80s.
He was the first manager I worked with as a football reporter. I really enjoyed working with him.
Yeah, so did I. He was a very, very nice man. Cut away on the offside by Libby for a single. But yeah, Alex Hurd and David Hurd. David who famously played for Manchester United and Arsenal, but Scotland international. Reputed according to Alex Stepney, to have a harder shot than Robbie Charlton. He played with his dad, Alec, for Stockport County in a league game, in the same team, in a professional league game, which was unheard of, I think. In the early 60s, I think. Maybe late 50s. Imagine that now. Although it's, you know, 16-year-old scoring the winner for Liverpool last night. They get younger and younger, don't they? Jones eases this one for a single. It's just a case of nerdling it round at the moment for Worcestershire.
Yeah, they don't have to do anything spectacular. Save that for the semi-final. So I'm going to call this now, because Middlesex is still struggling against Lancashire, so I'm going to call Group B as Yorkshire winners, Somerset second and Warwickshire third. And assuming Worcestershire do go straight through to the semi-finals, they could play Somerset or Warwickshire, or they could play Gloucestershire or Hampshire. You narrowed it down to 4. Smudge it in. Now someone might correct me, but I don't think there's any predetermination as to who plays which semi-finals from the away teams.
Got a couple of great messages about fathers and sons, both concerning the same people, from Jonah and from Johnny Blaine. Idagur Johnson made his Iceland debut, coming on as a sub for his dad, Arnor,
Is that right?
who famously missed a penalty in the shootout to Spurs won the 84 UEFA Cup final against Andrea. Of course he did, Johnny, as if I didn't know about the penalty. Not. Brilliant. So yeah, there we go. Two, 1, 5 for 3 then, Worcestershire. They need just another 52 runs to win. That's Margaret Bowles, and this is driven off the back foot by Rob Jones out into the covers. They pick up a single. 2-1-6 for 3. So 51 required. Worcestershire in complete control as Libby pushes this one up to mid-off. So we haven't seen the Rob Jones sweep against the spinner, but we haven't needed to really. They're just picking it off, aren't they, really? Just won a ball almost at the moment.
It's pretty comfortable at the moment, isn't it? From Surrey's point of view, far too comfortable for Worcestershire. Long off comes up inside the circle. Maggie's got a couple of wickets. Can he get 1 or 2 more before the end? Or might he be hit for a 6? That's straight down the ground from Jones, who then does that thing of running to the opposite end.
He always does.
Lovely straight driven 6, which takes Worcestershire that bit closer to their target of 267. They're 223 for 3.
Yeah, 8 off the over, and you imagine, don't you, that when it gets down to about 30 or so, it will just be a couple of big shots and a cruise home, really. And we're going to have an early finish. Probably going to finish with about 10 overs to spare, I would have thought. Partly down to a very good start for Worcestershire. Partly down to an outstanding little burst from Brett D'Oliveira, who put them right on top. in a short space of time. And then a good start's a good start, and then you suddenly get an extra sort of a bonus really of 20 runs off an over or something. 17 it was of the 7th over, and it just changes the mood, doesn't it? It's Barnwell beats the bat first time for a while. He's gone past the bat. But I think that's the thing, isn't it? When you have a run chase like this, if you get a good start, if you then get 2 or 3 quick wickets, then it goes the other way. But just get a couple of overs where they absolutely get it. They scored 31 off the 7th and 8th overs combined, and the whole situation changed really.
Yeah, they got to 45 of that loss, 66 of that loss after 10 rather. That will be more runs. 1, 2 bounces, 4. Nicely pulled by Jake Libby, who...
He's not quick enough to bowl that length. Banged in short, but he's not quick enough really on this pitch anyway, and Libby had all the time in the world to smack it in front of square, well in front of square, over mid-wicket. And Worcestershire now just 40 away. Could turn out to be their most comfortable win.
Yeah. Jake Libby needs a couple more runs to get back to being top run scorer for Worcestershire in this competition, having been overtaken earlier by Brett D'Oliveira.
Hampshire 237 for 2 now.
Yeah,
Needs 77 off 13.
Something will have to change dramatically for them not to win that game. Just Ashley Giles there, just discussing with someone semi-final on Sunday. It's looking that way, Ashley. It's looking that way. $2.27 for 3.
Yeah, you remember the days when they used to print the tickets out for all the games, and they would have had to get the printers working overtime, wouldn't they?
Yeah.
The space of 48 hours, but no longer the case. Can all be done electronically these days, but I suspect it'll ease pressure a little bit if they've got a little gap until Sunday to
Yes,
sort things out.
I don't suppose it makes much difference to Worcestershire supporters. They won't know who they're playing. They'll still want to be here.
Now, I know you're good on this, Clive, and you've given me updates and it's changed, but what's the home advantage situation these days? I think for Worcestershire it's quite significant.
Yeah, I have not. Yeah.
Personally.
Oh, well, I'll tell you that. Did I update this last week? Yeah. Well, it's 27 home wins and 33 away wins before today in the competition generally. For Worcestershire, who of course, unlike a lot of teams, play all their games on their home turf. So they will have, well, it's the same actually. They've won 3 out of 4, both home and away. So, but I suspect home advantage probably means a little bit more
to Worcestershire. I think it. I don't know whether I can back that up really, but I think it probably does. 229 for 3 at the start of the 32nd over. I mean, if they were batting first here, 229 for 3 off 31, they'd be looking for 350, wouldn't they?
Yeah.
Be interested to know what Surrey fans think of this campaign and this competition. I mean, I don't mean this in any way disrespectfully, but you know that they've dominated the championship for the last 2 or 3 seasons with top performances by a brilliant squad of players. and they are. I don't think anybody disputes. Maybe some Somerset supporters would say they dispute, but I don't think many people dispute their position at the top of the tree.
No.
It's always nice if a team can beat them, and I think everybody always looks at the big boys, don't they? Same in football, and think, it's nice to put one over on them. And you get a bit cross if you're Worcestershire and you have Nathan Smith and you think you've got him lined up to come back the following year, and he gets snatched away. But such is life. But I wonder what the Surrey supporters think about this competition. Maybe they just accept that many of their best players are elsewhere at the moment, and it's just an opportunity to blood a few others. But I'd be interested to know what their take on it is. And they're still in with a great shout on two fronts, of course. Let me know at Frank Watson 58 on Twitter if you can be bothered. If you're watching and you're a Surrey supporter, let us know what you think of this whole competition. As far as Worcestershire are concerned, I mean, Glamorgan won it last year, Leicestershire won it the year before. As far as Worcestershire and the like are concerned, it's a competition that they value very much because it's one they can actually win, I think. Whereas I don't think Worcestershire can win the county championship, certainly not at the moment.
Yeah.
At Frank Watson 58 on Twitter or X if you'd like to let me know.
Well, James Taylor's going to have a little burst from the New Road end.
Craig Nicholson's Clive, you might be able to answer this. I don't know if I can. He says, try not to get ahead of myself. What if it rains on Sunday?
Well,
Reserve day, or will there be a 10 over?
I'm not aware of there being a reserve day.
Nor me.
It tends not to be these days. And I think, where are we? Now the county championship starts the following week, doesn't it? So I suppose in theory there could be one. But I don't know, is the honest answer. I could try and find out, I suppose, as that's a wide. So it could well be. It'll be 10 overs, and if it rains all day, I suppose we end up bowling at a set of stumps. Should be very unfortunate. There is a super over, I've just spotted, in the playoff and semi-finals and final if needed.
Just a super over, do you think?
Single there. I'm just trying to see if does that mean that wickets down don't count in a tie? Does it go straight to a super over?
I understand why you're asking.
Yeah.
Because if you look at the weather forecast, Sunday does not look great. Light rain showers and a light breeze. Maybe not so bad as Saturday, but yeah, we'll have to wait and see. It's almost it's a conundrum we've forgotten about, isn't it? The weather worries, because such has been this summer. I've hardly seen any interruptions whatsoever. We've actually had to earn our money, Clive.
Yeah.
Hardly had any days sitting looking out of the window at nothing this year.
Yeah, in the event of a match being tied, and there's no mention here of wickets lost or anything like that, in the playoff semi-final or final, the teams will compete in a super over to determine the winner. I've never done a super over.
No, nor me. One comment I've seen on the live stream came from a Surrey supporter, might be in response to what I said. He just says, surprised they've won as many as they have. 15 players away, being used as a development competition. I'm surprised they've won 3 games. Fair enough.
Ben
Maybe
I'm
that's
not sure
fair
Ben,
enough.
Ben Folkes, Rory Burns in the team. It's not.
Well,
it's not
maybe.
all development, is
Yeah.
it?
Yeah. Ian says Kashif didn't need to do that, could have got 100. Well, yeah, that's the way he plays. Genuinely is the way he plays. I've talked to him about it. Just didn't overcomplicate it. Jack McCracken says, any idea what's happened to Rayhan Adevalath, out of contract at the end of the year? Not given a go, looks talented. Yes, can tell you a bit about Ray. He got 100 in the Birmingham League on Saturday. Did Rayhan, and he's done his finals this year at university and taken that very seriously, and I think we will see more of him in the future. It's just been a year where he's had other things to concentrate his mind on. I think finals take, proper degree, and somebody who wanted to get his academics sorted properly and not concentrate too much on the cricket at this stage. And I'm not saying he wasn't trying when he played cricket, but difficult really, I think, to be a proper academic and be a professional cricketer at the same time. I think you will see a lot more of him.
I think I've found the answer to the questions. I'm not sure it's the answers I necessarily want, but it says here, if in a playoff or semi-final it's not possible for both teams to receive the minimum number of overs to constitute a match, which is 20 overs.
Yeah, right, there we go.
Then the match was decided by a bowl-out.
Wow.
That's
long time since we've had a bowl-out, isn't it?
Yeah. If a bowl-out's not possible in a playoff or semi-final, the results should be determined by a toss of a coin. In the final, get this, if it's not possible for both teams to receive the minimum number of overs necessary to constitute a match, 20 overs, then the trophy shall be shared.
Wow.
Which seems to be...
Yeah. Well, it's a lot of effort just to share
yes,
it.
it is, isn't it? But there we are.
It's an interesting one, I think. The bowl out one, isn't it? There was, when they first came in bowl outs, there was a bit of a buzz about them, wasn't there?
Yeah.
My favourite story about it is one that Phil Neal told me, former Worcestershire captain and director of cricket at Warwickshire and at Northamptonshire, and then operations manager for England for so long. It's a ridiculous number of 250 odd test matches, something mad like that, might even be more. Anyway, he told me when he was director of cricket at Northamptonshire, they had Curtly Ambrose in the side, and it was right during the bowl out sort of craze, if you like, and he said they went through various scenarios, and under no circumstances in a bowl out would Curtly Ambrose bowl, because unless he pitched it about 6 inches in front of the stumps, it went over the top. Yeah. And they practiced it. He said, I think the wicket keeper was the best. It was the most consistent. But yeah, there we go. I don't think anybody knows. David Wright, Surrey fan here, frustrated we're so poor in the One Day Cup, but there are positives to cling to. The wretched franchises and injuries have taken more than 2 teams from us. Bit disappointed that Surrey write it off, and some defeats have been dispiriting. Yeah, I can understand that point of view, and I can understand the point of view of the Surrey fan who said, well, look, it's a development competition, and given how many players are missing, maybe we've done all right. And maybe it's difficult, for the Atkinsons and the Taylors and the Burnses and the Folkeses of this world to actually get themselves up for it, Clive, when, so many players are away, but such is life as a professional sportsman, I suppose. But yeah, I can understand both points of view. I'm not having a go because I think Surrey are absolutely top-class outfit, and watching them in full flight here and at the Oval in recent years, it's been like watching a test attack at work, really.
Yeah, look, I think at the end of the season, if they've won at least one of the other 2 competitions, I'm not going to worry too much about this one. It's in the air, but safe. And it's 2 more runs. And they have managed 3 wins, so they haven't been completely outplayed. As I say, they just got the wins a little bit too late to be in contention. left. So just 23 more runs needed now by Worcestershire to... Well, they knew at the start they won the game they would guarantee a home match in the next stage. As it's turned out, that next stage could be, looks likely to be, the semi-final.
Malcolm Jones says, I've been wondering about this since we signed Kuram Shazad mid-season. A lot of young talent in the bowling ranks. Home, Gibbon, Finch, Allison, who I think is on loan. No, he's not. He's permanent signing now here, Ben Allison. As well as Taylor and Waite. Was that signing really necessary? Well, bowling at the death has been a problem for Worcestershire in T20 cricket and in One Day Cup for a year or two. Kuram Shazad is pretty good at that. Home is injured at the moment. He's young, very raw. Waite's had injuries. Taylor, they have to look after Taylor because he's the linchpin really. If he were to get injured and miss a long period of time, they'd be in trouble. So in my opinion, yeah, they did have to make a signing. I don't know what the cost is, wages wise, etc. But as people will know, I've been a critic at times when he hasn't got his length right in white ball cricket. But I think he's a good death bowler, and I think I can see the logic of the signing. There's a lot of inexperience in that lineup. You talk about young talent, but young also means pretty inexperienced generally, I think. So I'm not against the signing, but it can be frustrating at times. Anyway, 244 for 3. Worcestershire, for their part, I mean, going back to what we were saying about the Surrey situation and so on, as I say, the Morgan won it last year, Leicestershire won it the year before, and it was part of a kind of rebirth of Leicestershire, I felt. It's a bit like the Carabao Cup, isn't it, in football? It's a competition that a lot of teams think they can actually win. I mean, anybody can win the Blast. Gloucestershire won that last year, and you know, if you get going well and you get your sort of I call them repeatable patterns in the Blast, if you get little sort of methods that work for you, the right people bowling in the power play, the right people fielding in the right places, etc., you can get on a roll in the Blast, and anybody can win the Blast. But I think this is the competition that people think got a real chance because the big guns are away. Guess what? Rory Burns is going to have a bowl.
Yeah, I think also just the winning habit, isn't it?
Yeah,
tell
absolutely.
us actually about the current chief executive here, Ashley Giles, when he was head coach at Warwickshire. You remember the season that they decided that the one-day league, I think, got rid of, and it had been 2 divisions. So the team, and there was going to be the season after next, there will be no one-day league. So the teams in the second division had no promotion to play for because there wasn't going to be a league the following season. And when I first talked to Ashley Giles about it, he said, well, we'll probably just play the kids. But then he had to think again and decided, actually, let's go out and try and win it. It's a trophy to win, it's a competition to win, that's a wide. So let's do it, let's try and win it. And they did win it. Yeah. And lo and behold, the following season they're in a one-day final because definitely. They got into the habit of winning a trophy.
Yeah. Well, I think Worcestershire would love to win this. And I think in terms of their achievements, they'd say, well, you know, it's the first final we've been to, if they got there, since 2019 in the Blast, and you know, that's 5-6 years, that's quite a long time. Half a generation of players.
Good to have supporters at Trent Bridge as well.
Absolutely. You know, there aren't many to win, are there?
No. Just to say, Somerset have beaten Northamptonshire, so barring some very strange net run rate changes, I think we can safely say Somerset are through to the knockout stages. Probably to a home playoff.
And just going back to it, finally,
Ugh.
you know, you get
Unfortunate fielding error there.
a lot of people say that no team will ever win the Premier League again like Leicester did. That was an absolute sort of miracle.
Yeah.
I honestly, if you sit me down at the start of the season, and you might say, well, obviously, don't state the obvious. This is stupid. Look at the fact that they're bottom and they're probably going to get relegated. But if you sat me down at the start of the season and said, can Worcestershire win the county championship, I'd say no, it's not possible. Under current circumstances, it's not possible. So, you know, this is one of, therefore this becomes one of two they can win, isn't it?
So it was Adam Thomas, the fielding error there, but by no means the worst error of the day in the field. That's a wide.
We won't go there again.
So Worcestershire heading for 6 wins out of 8 with a tie thrown in as well. It's been a very good effort in the competition and they will continue in it.
This has been shocking the last few minutes.
Yes, that's another fielding error, means a single. Somerset through. Warwickshire, I think, looking favourites. They look like they're 228 for 6 suddenly. They could struggle in their game, but Middlesex are also struggling, so that one's still up for grabs. Thought about 2 there, but Rob Jones wasn't having it. .254 for 3. In theory, 13 overs to go. They won't need that. 13 runs required. That's approximate required run rate of 1 and over. Yeah, so things are developing in the other games. Warwickshire now suddenly struggling a bit against Sussex, while Middlesex continue to struggle. James Taylor in. Should look to wrap this one up. Hampshire have lost a 3rd wicket, but they only need 39 in 47 overs to win.
Wow.
In 47 balls to win, I should say.
So we're pretty much...
It's looking.
Yeah.
We would need a remarkable change in that match to deny Worcestershire a place straight through to the semi-finals.
Goodness me.
Let's run down to 3rd for a single. So I quite like the format of the top 3 qualifying. I wouldn't mind that happening in the T20 Blast. Obviously they like the quarterfinals in that, but I think winning a group should be rewarded.
Yeah. Rob Jones looks a different player from earlier in the season.
Yes, he's obviously enjoying this competition. Took 2 fine catches during the Surrey innings. He's on 19. There's now 11 more required. Pulled like a square leg for a single. So it's turned out in this group, because we often talk about, well, 5 wins usually is enough. Turns out in this group that 6 wins were needed. All 3 teams who will have qualified, assuming the results go the way they look like they're going, will have won 6 games. Essex, if they win their match, will have won 5 and will have missed out. So I think all 3 teams will feel they certainly deserve to qualify and win 6 out of 8.
And Worcestershire's tie will actually be what's got them through, in a way. Because won't they have the same number of wins as Gloucestershire?
Yeah, the tie will have got them the semi-final. Yes,
Yeah,
absolutely,
yeah.
absolutely.
Yeah.
And the same number of wins as Hampshire.
Yeah. So it'll be the fact that they didn't lose that one.
Against
What's
lots,
made the difference, really.
Yeah. Well, it was a good last ball, wasn't it? They needed 2 to win, didn't they? The last ball.
Yeah. Yeah.
Didn't manage to score.
One good ball in an hour was sufficient to get them through. But as it turned out, what I mean is, everybody was saying, well, hope they don't fail to qualify by 2 points. But actually, as it turned out, it's those 2 points which have got them the home draw.
Yeah, home semi-final, absolutely.
It looks like we're counting chickens, aren't we? Because Hampshire could collapse.
They could. So could Worcestershire, I suppose, although they are now only 9 runs away from victory with that single.
As you know, I keep a book where I keep a record of all the scores and everything. And when you go through at this stage in the season, and you look at, I've got a page for each player, so all the batting and bowling stats and everything are written down. When you look at a page like that for Ethan Brooks, and you realise, this is good radio, I'm holding up a book, but you realise just how much he's played, don't you?
Yeah.
How big a part
Yeah.
he has played. He's bowling and batting all over the place. First game he's missed apart from one other through injury, I think, today. I'm sure he will be back for the next round. And it won't be long before we can confirm that Worcestershire are in it, because that's been cut away by Rob Jones for 4 more. And he is continuing his return to form. Jake Libby is continuing his prolific form in this competition, and Worcestershire are just 5 runs away from a victory.
Jones defending well against Rory Burns. This is actually the first time that Rory Burns has bowled in what is his 77th list day game.
Is it really?
Wow. He has bowled in first class cricket. Got
Hits
a
the
couple
deck,
of wickets.
doesn't he, to say the least. Just whacks it in there. But it's all a bit academic now. Captain's coming on to take the flag at the end.
Hampshire need 32 and 38 balls to beat Gloucestershire. So that will come after Worcestershire secure their victory almost certainly. So we'll have to wait a bit to be certain what's going to happen. 5 runs required. It's now 4.
I think Gloucestershire are going to. I think Gloucestershire will kick themselves a bit.
Just hit a bad patch at just the wrong time after dominating earlier. So they're going to go away. So probably to Yorkshire.
That won't be easy. Yorkshire have been good, haven't they?
No run there. I should have checked when I was looking at those one-day regulations about what the
4 needed.
Four
What
is.
are you doing? Over the top?
Yeah, what else?
Patience.
Yeah. I mean, it's not 6 o'clock yet, so I suppose I've got plenty of time.
There it is.
Not quite.
Not quite. Didn't quite get hold of it, did he? Just 2 more needed. He meant to do it. That's what he wanted to do. He took the winning runs over mid-on-field. Coming up now for what it's worth. Jones just won't want to give it away now. And there it isn't, because he has given it away. He's been caught at long on, well, mid on, running back by Jack Taylor. And Rob Jones will be kicking himself. Caught with 2 needed to win. And it's one of those, I have to say, where I'll give him a bit of slack. Rob Jones, if that goes for 4 or even 2, nobody ever speaks about it again. As it is, people are going to say, oh, he's thrown it away, it's a bit silly. And he might be annoyed with himself, but at the same time, not really very important. 265 for 4.
Well,
Good catch.
Yes, I was going to say it's a good catch by Taylor. In the end, he slightly misjudged it, I think, initially, but had a good diving grasp of the ball.
Talking to that for the Rapids, Henry Cullen.
And if I were Henry Cullen, as I passed Rob Jones, I might just have said, thanks, mate. You plonker. What did you go and do that for? But in the bigger picture, I don't think it really matters very much. Hampshire need 31 off 6 overs with 7 wickets remaining. They've got to do that, surely.
Credit to Ollie Sykes. He's got a big smile on his face. He's
Picks the wicket up.
And he's taking the match into the next over.
2 for. 2 for Ollie Sykes. 2 for 21. That's how you do it, chaps. Teach me, I'd filled in the bowling figures. Rory Burns having another one, is he? Who's bowling? Is it Rory Burns? Yeah.
Yeah.
Everybody's saving one apart from a man out on the leg side.
Right. We can be a little closer to knowing who they will play.
Okay.
The winner of Group A, that is Worcestershire's group, will play the winner of the playoff between the second placed Group B team and the third place Group A. So I reckon that is going to be second place Group. Yeah, I said Gloucestershire will go to Yorkshire. That's rubbish. In fact, Gloucestershire will probably go to Somerset, so that'll be quite lively.
Yeah.
And Worcestershire are likely to play the winners of that. That's not out.
So either Gloucestershire or Somerset, probably.
It looks like it. Group B, second place, looks like it's going to go to Somerset.
Here.
Yes, and Gloucestershire are going to be third in Group A. So
Well, if you're going to win it, you've got to beat whoever, I suppose.
Yeah, got Gloucestershire won here last time, so.
There it is. And Jake Libby gets a 50.
Well, there we are. We know for certain that Worcestershire will be home in the next stage of the competition. It is almost certain that it'll be the semi-final unless something very spectacular happens at Bristol, and it's likely to be against Somerset or Gloucestershire. Don't absolutely quote me on that. That's how it's looking at the moment as things stand.
So Worcestershire win by 6 wickets, 269 for 4 in 39.4 overs. Rory Burns finishes with figures of 2 overs, 2.4 overs, no maidens, no wicket for 19. Jake Libby finishes 53 not out. Full resume of the day: Surrey 266 for 6 in 49 overs. Top scorer was Gus Atkinson with 60. 2 wickets for Tom Taylor and Karam Shazad. Worcestershire in reply: D'Oliveira 45, Latigan 54, Kashif 80, Libby unbeaten on 53, Jones out for 25. 2 wickets each for Majid and Sykes. A walk in the park for Worcestershire, winning with nearly 10 overs to spare, 269 for 4. It looks like they will now finish top of the group. It looks like they will have a home quarter-final on Sunday. That all depends on matters happening elsewhere. If they do, we will be sure to bring it to you here, and if they're here on Thursday, we will bring it to you here if there's a turnaround in the Gloucestershire-Hampshire game. Until then, very many thanks for being with us. Thanks for your company. A big thank you from me, Frank Watson, to my colleague Clive Eakin. Thanks for all your interaction and your quiz answers and everything else. Thanks for being with us. A very good evening to you from Visit Worcestershire New Road.